those who are present in the chamber and those watching online. I would like to declare the meeting open at 9:33am. And I would like to acknowledge the Quandamooka people who are the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet. I would also like to pay respect to their elders past and present and emerging, and extend that respect to other Indigenous Australians who are present today. I'll run through some housekeeping. I'd like to remind you all that this meeting is being recorded in audio and video, as well as being live streamed online. Councillors are reminded that parliamentary privilege does not exist to this chamber, as it does for state and federal parliamentarians, and you are reminded to be cognisant of this in any comment which you may make during the course of this meeting. I would also like to remind councillors to use the microphone when speaking, and for any councillors or officers who are attending virtually to please use the mute button when not speaking. In the event of an evacuation, I would ask that you remain calm and follow my directions. The emergency exit is through the gallery doors, over to the left there, my right, and down the stairwell to exit onto Bloomfield Street. In relation to public conduct during meetings, all members of the public present at a meeting must, not without the prior approval of the chairperson, make any audio or video recording or take any photographs. Remain quiet and not disrupt the meeting in any way. Not bring into the meeting any signs, placards or items that may cause a hazard or interfere with any person present. Be suitably dressed and turn all mobile devices to silent mode and leave the meeting to take any phone calls. As chairperson, it is my responsibility to warn a member of the public present at a meeting who is not complying with any of these requirements, and may, with or without such warning, require the person to leave the meeting and not return for such period as the chairperson decides. This period may include future meetings. We move into agenda item number 2, which is leave of absence, and I've not been advised of any leave of absence. I would like to take this opportunity to remind councillors to sign the attendance sheet for today's general meeting, which can be found in diligent boards, and this must be completed before the meeting concludes. Moving into agenda item number 3, which is our devotional segment, and I would like to invite Pastor Peter Grieve from C3 Church, Redland Bay, to lead council in a brief devotional segment. Thank you, Pastor Grieve.
I thought I just turned it off. Sorry about that. Mayor Josh, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, how are you doing? Merry Christmas to you all. I just wanted to take this opportunity, thank you very much for this opportunity, to share with you one of my favourite scriptures, especially for this time of year with the spirit of giving and looking after one another. It's found in James 1, verse 27. Religion that God our Father accepts as pure and faultless is this: to look after the orphans and widows in their distress, and to keep oneself from being polluted by the world. 3 really good things there. Those of us who are believers have clear instruction to what's pure and faultless. Orphans, or the fatherless and the brokenhearted. It's so good to see in Redland City all the organisations and community groups, such as some of them are represented here today, that are very generous looking after the kids. And the other thing, widows and single mums, DV, you know, this time of year around Christmas time is a high time of pain for a lot of people. And so as we keep that in mind, we can actually be a blessing to our community. And the third thing is keeping ourselves pure. So a good conscience, good morals, good values. If we've got a good self-image, then we can have a good self-respect of ourselves. And I think the more we respect ourselves, it's easier to respect other people. And that's what makes the world go round, respect. So I want to wish you a very Merry Christmas. God bless you all. I'll just open and close in prayer. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this great city we live in. We thank you for your promises. And God, I just pray that the peace of God that surpasses all understanding will rest on each and every man and woman in this place as they make decisions for the future of Redland City. Bless them in Jesus' name. Amen. God bless you guys.
Thank you, everyone. And I'll just say a quick welcome to all of those in attendance in the public gallery today. Welcome. And we move on to condolences. And councillors, I'm aware that we have one condolence today from Councillor Boglari. Thank you, Councillor Boglari.
Thank you, Mayor. Recently, I attended, with many others from Council, a celebration of the life of Bob Howlet, who is a legend among the corridors of Redland City Council and in our community. Bob had an affiliation with Council before he even began working here, as his father was a councillor with Redland Shire Council, and there is a road named after them in Capalaba, Howlet Road. Bob commenced working in Council in the workshop in 1957 and fairly soon moved into an administrative position, along with only a handful of people in those days. Bob soon became Council's go-to man as he built a reputation as a great problem solver. John Derbyshire, who with two other retired council workers who's here today, spoke of working with Bob in the construction of this actual administration building and what a great working relationship he had with Bob. But it was apparent from comments on the day that everyone who came in contact with Bob held him in high regard and had a great working relationship. Bob was known throughout Council as always being in the background, making sure projects ran smoothly, and he fixed things before others even knew they needed fixing. Bob was a proactive person, and if ever requested to do something, one never needed to ask twice. When Council established the SES unit in 1979, Bob joined as a volunteer. John Derbyshire spoke of one of his long-lasting memories was watching Bob lead a team in a rescue competition. It had been forever etched in my mind how skillful he was in rescue work and how well he led that rescue team, and I expect we won as usual. He was in the local emergency service for over 25 years and became a group leader and then a deputy local controller. Bob was awarded a National Emergency Medal, a Queensland SES Meritorious Service Medal, a Queensland 2010-11 Flood and Cyclone Citation, a Chief Officer Award for Community Contribution. What is interesting about these awards is that he apparently hadn't even told his family he had received them, and it was only recently that they found them in a box, which is an indication of Bob's humility. Bob retired in 2004 after serving 48 years as a council employee. Bob thought he had retired, but Council obviously thought differently, as he was soon approached to return and came back as a contractor for a couple of years, an indication of how highly he was regarded for the work he did and the knowledge he had. There were so many stories about Bob on the day. Bob was honest, trustworthy, loyal, reliable, a hard worker and a dedicated employee. Bob had integrity and was very capable. He was not just a manager, he was a leader. I can't recall anyone ever having a bad word about Bob. He was respected for his abilities and attitude, and he was liked for who he was. His staff loved working for him, and many attended last week to say farewell. I had an immense amount of respect for Bob and regarded him as a good mate. I was in awe of how Bob bravely accepted his diagnosis. These were comments that were read on the day and also said in the room. I personally didn't have the opportunity to work with Bob, but I soon learned his name on being elected, and the reputation of him was still in the corridors. I was fortunate though, as Bob was one of my residents, and I got to know him and visit him a couple of times at his Wellington Point home, because in the beginning, when I needed some knowledge about local drainage issues, people in here told me to go visit Bob, and we discussed them over a cuppa. Bob impressed me as one of life's true gentlemen, and one who served his local community with a great dedication, passion and pride. This was only overshadowed by the love and pride that Bob had for his family. I thank John Derbyshire for allowing me to use his words in acknowledging this valued long-term council employee, legend, and on behalf of council, extend our sincere condolences to his family.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boglari. A very full life. And Councillor Tolte, I believe that you have condolences as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I do. We've lost a number of valuable residents this year, and there are many that need or deserve to be mentioned, but I just have two here at the moment. The first I'd like to note is the passing of a local Sheldon resident and a local saddler who, Wendy Tidbold. And Wendy was one of my residents for the bulk of my time at council. But more than that, Wendy specialised in side saddles and was passionate about keeping alive the art of riding side saddle. And when I was a young mum about 25 years ago, she taught me to ride side saddle, and I have really loved it ever since. It's not something I have done in any recent decade, but I would love to do again. So I'd like to just note the article that appeared in the Redland City News recently, which outlines some of the achievements that Wendy had across her life. She also made sure that side saddle remained a competition element in our large shows, such as the Brisbane Exhibition, Toowoomba Royal and the Sydney and Melbourne Royals. And she went in as long as her health allowed her, and actually put up a stall in the exhibition every year for people to come and see how side saddles were made, to watch her working and sewing and all of that work. And she was a collector, so she had an amazing collection of historic saddles which she kept in beautiful order, and costumes to go with it so that people could wear the costumes of the day. So what they noted in the December edition of the Redland City News about Wendy was that her life as a saddler was celebrated and noted at her recent memorial, which had over 300 people attend. Wendy passed away on October the 12th, just after her 82nd birthday, after working as a local saddler for more than 50 years and living in the Redlands for more than 68 years. Her husband, Mike, said Wendy was known throughout Australia for her passion for riding and teaching women the art of riding side saddle. She specialised in making side saddles for customers in Australia and New Zealand, and has a boutique side saddle museum at her Sheldon property. Her life was acknowledged in the House of Representatives on November 4th by the federal member Henry Pike, who described her as a global leader and a highly respected member of the community. She was a gifted craftswoman and her products were renowned far and wide. Wendy was a steadfast supporter of the side saddle riding opportunities in Australia and generously shared her time and knowledge with anyone who was interested. We are reminded that she loved to be challenged and that the word can't simply did not exist in her vocabulary. To her family, Wendy was a source of love, guidance and strength. They remember her not only for her dedication to her craft, but for her faith, her kindness and her joy in simple pleasures. Her first saddlery experience was in Barcaldine at the age of 18, where she started her saddlery business in the 1960s. She was a life member of Redlands and Southern District Equestrian Group, where she taught dressage on side saddle. She had three favourite sayings: you can do anything you want if you really try, if you haven't got a dream, how can it come true, and to never give up. So I'd like very much for that remembrance of Wendy to be on record for future generations of the Tidbold family. I know that she will be very well remembered in all of the equine communities across Australia. So thank you. I'd also like to note that recently we had the passing of William McIntyre, or as he was known to everyone who knew him, Bill McIntyre. Bill was a local city councillor when I was a teenager, and I knew him then, and went to school and pony club with his daughters. If you imagine the time when Bill was a local city councillor was from 1985 to 1991, and Redlands was a very, very different place. And in looking at what Redlands was like at the time, I have an article here from the local Bayside, the Redlander, which was published August 10th, 1989. Says, Councillor Bill McIntyre seemed a little hesitant on the telephone. After all, what politician likes to admit he is surrounded by a lot of bull? And it includes pictures of 3 very large Brahman bulls. But Bill confirmed he was babysitting 3 Brahman bulls at his Victoria Point home. Coco Fabian, Coco Julio and Coco Topoff were their names. The beefy trio were in town for the Elders National Showtime embryo video auction being held at the Hilton Hotel, and the bulls owned by Brahman breeder Bill and Rhonda Islay. And I won't go on, but basically, if you can imagine, Bill's property was right in the middle of Victoria Point, where we now have the main shopping district. So he had 3 Brahman bulls visiting there. He also had a number of other animals that lived on the property, particularly large dogs, I remember. He also hosted one of our first exchange students, a young lady named Tonya, who came from the US to experience life in the Redlands. And if we have a look at the sensational savings from the Strawberry Cottage, which was on Old Cleveland Road, East Birkdale at the time, eggs were $1.89 a dozen. And anybody who knows the price of eggs now is... well, you've got to get them first. It was a very different time. So at that time, we didn't have a mayor in council. We had a chairman, and I believe the chairman was elected from among the councillors after the councillors were elected. So it was very much Redland Shire, and Bill was one of the councillors that worked to get improvements throughout Victoria Point, and in that time leading up to the eventual first major planning scheme, which was approved in 2006. So Bill went out in 1991, but the decisions that were being made around that time were pivotal to the development of Redland. And that was a time when they developed the overall plan for Redland, where we were expected to be a series of coastal villages with green belts in between. So there was a lot of debate in the coming years about population growth and development, and a lot of pressure, and that was the kind of environment that Bill would have been operating in as a local city councillor. At that time, local city councillors were part-time, and I think from memory they got a reimbursement for their efforts, maybe $4,000 or $6,000 a year. So it's quite a different time. So anyway, I think it's worthwhile remembering Councillor Bill McIntyre for his efforts for the community back in from 1985 to 1991, and I'm sure his family are very sad at his passing. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tolte. We're moving on to agenda item number 4, recognition of achievement. And this morning we have 2 members of the Capalaba Rotary Club in attendance, Cole Sutcliffe and Bill York. Welcome, thank you very much. And the Rotary Club of Capalaba held their annual Vocational and Police Service Awards, where they recognise local police for their contribution to our community and also recognise local businesses who have supported their local communities or the economic development of their area. And this year, Capalaba recognised our Redland City Council economic development staff for their ongoing support to our local businesses through their programs, collaboration with the Redland City Chamber of Commerce, mentoring, and their general passion and dedication to developing constructive networks locally and internationally. It is well-deserved recognition, and I'm very pleased to see that the staff have been acknowledged for their commitment to the economic development of Redlands. And thank you very much to the Capalaba Rotary members for coming in. Thank you very much to Cole and Bill. And I would like to ask the General Manager of AMPT to come forward, Chris Isles, and I shall present Chris with the award for the staff. Thank you very much to the Economic Development team. Thank you, Chris, for accepting the award on their behalf. And there are a range of certificates here for staff members as well. And thank you very much to Cole and Bill for coming in. It's greatly appreciated. Moving on to agenda item number 5, which is now minutes of the previous general meeting of council. And we now move into... Sorry, yep. So I ask for a mover and a seconder that the minutes of the general meeting held on the 20th of November 2024 be confirmed. Moved by Councillor Bishop, seconded by Councillor Tolte. Those in favour? It's carried unanimously. That's it. Pardon? Thank you. And there are no matters of correctness. Moving to agenda item number 6, which is declarations of prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest. Councillors are reminded that their responsibilities in relation to a councillor's prescribed conflict of interest and declarable conflict of interest at a meeting. Details of these responsibilities are also outlined in the agenda. Please be reminded that all interests need to be declared at a statutory meeting of council. This means any prescribed or declarable conflict of interest relating to an item being discussed at a non-statutory meeting needs to be declared at the general or special meeting preceding the non-statutory meeting or workshop. A potential list of items to be discussed at all non-statutory meetings are made available to councillors with each workshop agenda before the preceding general meeting so that this can be achieved. These declarations are also made at any time throughout the meeting. Does anyone need to raise any conflict of interest? No, thank you very much. And we now move on to agenda item number 7, which is matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. And I'll now hand over to the acting CEO, who will now give an update on the matters outstanding from the previous general meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors and members of the gallery. There are 5 items that are outstanding from previous general meetings, one of which will be coming off the agenda today. The first item is 7.1, the draft Birkdale Community Precinct Local Government Infrastructure Designation Consultation Report. The report will come to a future meeting of council. The second item is 7.2, council's programs related to the Environmental Protection Biodiversity Act response to notice of motion, and a report will come to a future meeting of council. Item 7.3, the expenses reimbursement and provision of facilities for councillors' policy, is a matter that will be addressed as item 13.4 of today's agenda. Item 7.4, the indoor sports facilities planning. A report will come to a future meeting of council. And item 7.5, the petition from Councillor Shane Rendells for a request for council to reverse the full cost recovery policy for the Moreton Bay marine facilities. A report will come to a future meeting of council. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Acting CEO. We move now to agenda item number 8, which is...
Pardon me, Mayor. Could I ask a question on those items, please? Yes. Through you to the Acting CEO. Item 7.2, programs related to Environmental Protection Biodiversity Act, that has now been on our books for 16 months, and we are approaching our second budget deliberations. I would think if we had a motion that required a report that can't be brought in detail under the normal circumstance, that a budget ask would be included so that that item could be completed. Could I ask, is that item going to be completed, or will there be a budget ask for resources to get that item completed for the next budget, please?
Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Deputy Mayor, for the question. You are correct. That has been on an item outstanding for a period of time. You'll note in the material under 7.2, this item did come back to Council on the 21st of August 2024, and there is a request for further information. If there is a need for additional resourcing or budget to address this item, we'll certainly address that in the budget discussion. So thank you, Deputy Mayor, for raising that.
Thank you.
Councillor Baglari.
Since we are asking questions, I'd written a note for myself here. With 7.4, the indoor sports facility planning, I've just written a note for myself to ask for an update because that is also an item that might need budget deliberations going forward next year. Do we know where that is at, please?
Acting CEO.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Boglari, for the question. That item came to a meeting of Council on the 18th of September, and the report will come back to Council. If there is a requirement for additional budget, that will come forward in a budget discussion, but you will note that when that meeting was held, there was a request for budget as part of that report. If there is a change, that will come back to Council.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to the mayoral minute. And councillors, as you know, I'll be moving a mayoral minute today, which was distributed to you yesterday via email and is regarding the Council of Mayors, South East Queensland, COMSEC, Board of Directors mission to Singapore, Manchester and Paris. And I now move the motion that Council notes the Mayor is participating in the Council of Mayors, SEQ, COMSEC, Board of Directors mission to Singapore, Manchester and Paris from the 4th of February to the 14th of February 2024 at no cost to Council. And 2, notes that should the Mayor not be able to attend the mission, that the Deputy Mayor in her capacity as Redland City Council's alternate director on the COMSEC board will attend in the Mayor's stead. So in relation to that motion, I'm bringing it, it's not a requirement, but I'm bringing it as a point of transparency and to have it on record. COMSEC, as we know, is a membership of a group of mayors of South East Queensland. These missions are usually run on an annual basis. In this particular instance, for next year, there's no cost in relation to the mayor's travel. I understand in previous years that has been different, but I wanted it on the record. And that's probably enough said. I've asked the Deputy Mayor if she will stand in if I'm not available. I have an ill family member and the Deputy Mayor has kindly agreed, and that is as appropriate given the process as the Deputy Mayor's role as alternate director on COMSEC. Thank you. Councillor Hugh, are there any speakers against?
Just questions, Mayor.
Just questions? Councillor Hughes, then we'll move into questions. You have a question?
Yes, you just made a statement that this year was different to previous years. It's my understanding that Council, as a group, we make a yearly contribution to COMSEC, and it's about $106,000 this year. And from that contribution that we make, that's our ratepayers, you and me, that we make to COMSEC, that's where the cost is coming from for your trip.
So,
So why is it different this year than previous, please?
yeah, sure. So you're right. This year, I believe the annual membership is somewhere between $104,000 and $106,000. And that's been paid annually. I believe Redland City Council has been a member of COMSEC for many decades. This year there's no cost. Previous year I understand that there was a cost for the Mayor's travel for the last mission of around just over $16,000, and that related to the upgrade in airfares from economy to business class and any other incidentals that were paid. I believe there was an extension of the trip, and that extra amount last year covered that cost.
So let me just clarify that again. We pay, councillors, our residents pay their rates, and from their rates we pay COMSEC, and you're making a very strong statement there. You've mentioned it a couple of times, there is no cost to ratepayers for this trip. And that I really feel that that's misleading, because I feel that we do pay COMSEC from the COMSEC. That's where the allocation comes from.
No, I'll clarify. So there is an annual subscription which Council has paid over a number of decades to COMSEC. On this particular occasion, there is no additional cost, as in difference to last year. On this particular occasion, there's no additional cost for my travel in relation to this mission.
Okay. And my next question, and I'm not a Facebook girl, but when you campaigned, you've made a statement here on Facebook, Mayor Joss Mitchell, that that you've stood regarding pointless overseas trips and unfinished projects is why I have stood up. I feel that you've made this statement for pointless overseas trips, and that you have absolutely very strongly not supported the Birkdale Whitewater process for the Olympics. This is a trip based around that. Is that correct?
So this is a trip visiting different countries for different purposes.
Is the whitewater and the Olympics part of that
So
trip?
the whitewater and the Olympics is the last part of the trip. And as you are very well aware, in the role of mayor, you have a democratic process. This was voted on. Council made a determination, and as per the democratic process, and as spokesperson for council, and as a director on this board, I make that trip as part of my job function as mayor.
So it's no longer a pointless overseas trip. That's your words, pointless overseas trips.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. I think in
I just
relation
need you to clarify that you feel that it's not a pointless trip.
So I'm fulfilling, as I said, Councillor Hughes, I'm performing the function of mayor as delegated, as I am meant to, and as part of the democratic process. This has been explained. I know you're trying to make a point now. Thank you. Noted.
It's pretty jolly cross at
But,
it. Yeah.
well, you can be cross, and thank you for your point. I think it's now answered. Now we shall move on. Any other questions? Councillor Golle.
Thank you, Mayor. In the spirit of professionalism, I've actually drafted questions, and I'm happy to table them for everyone. But my first question is the clarification on travel costs. Mayor, can you confirm the total cost to council, including all ComSec fees, flights, accommodation and any additional expenses associated with your proposed travel to Paris, please?
So, as already stated and answered, the annual cost to council, as it has been, I understand, I'm assuming it would go up incrementally, but I'll have to ask for officer clarification on that. I haven't been around for the last 20 years, but it has been ongoing. The membership, it's paid annually. And to give an example, the $106,000 investment of council garnered a $13.3 million return from City Deals as part of the advocacy plan from the South East Queensland Council of Mayors. In relation to a breakdown of travel flights and things like that, you would have to ask ComSec for that, because ComSec is a different body to council and they organised all trip costings and allocation. It comes out of that budget, their budget.
Thank you. My second question is, as council pays fees to ComSec for travel arrangements, how do you justify your public statement that this trip incurs no cost to Redland City Council, please?
Sorry, I said I've answered that to Councillor Golle. So what I said was, in this instance, unlike other years, there's no additional cost to council.
Okay.
Yeah. So I believe last year, for example, there was around about it cost council over $16,000 for the mayor to travel, and there was an EO as well. But in this case, as I've already said and answered, that there is no extra additional cost to council apart from its subscription to, for my travel in relation to this trip, it's covered by the subscription to ComSec.
Thank you. So, during your election campaign, you expressed strong opposition to overseas travel expenses and criticised the previous mayor for similar trips. Can you explain why your position has now changed, please?
Councillor Bishop.
Just a point of order. I appreciate councillors have questions, but as a point of order, I think we need to focus on the issue before us, which is the attendance. Well, speaking to the item.
Yeah. So the actual motion, councillors, is to simply note that the attendance is there, and that in my stead that the deputy mayor shall take my place. So are there any questions in relation to the actual motion that we have before council, and that is either noting or not noting?
Thank you, but so that question is not going to be answered. So Can you clearly outline the specific benefits to Redland City Council and ratepayers that justify your proposed travel to Paris and why this trip is necessary at this time, please?
So, as per previous, the South East Queensland Council of Mayors is essentially, I guess, an advocacy group of the Council of the Mayors of South East Queensland. So 12 councillors moving. There are trips to, throughout the year, Canberra and other missions in relation to a range of issues that relate to the advocacy and further development of South East Queensland. This relates to not only in the latter part the council's furthering of the Olympic facility, which was a majority vote. We are still advocating to have the whitewater facility in Redlands and all of the infrastructure that's tied into that. So we have a lot of infrastructure hinging on that as well in relation to the Eastern Busway, as you know. And so the mission is in, as I said, 3 parts, as it says in the motion, and there are a range of issues. Singapore relates to trade and other meetings and the promotion of Redlands and the South East corner. If you want, you can jump onto the South East Queensland Council of Mayors website. You can seek further information. I'm happy to circulate the itinerary to all councillors.
Thank you, Mayor. Will you commit to providing a full and detailed report to Council and the public outlining all expenses related to this trip upon your return, please?
Councillor Golay, that's a requirement, as you would understand, to provide a report in relation to any trip. So, of course, that will be done and that will be complied with.
Thank you, Mayor. So you've referenced the costs of the previous North American ComSec trip undertaken by the former Mayor. Are you suggesting that your travel expenses will be lower? And if so, can you provide a breakdown to substantiate this claim, please?
So, sorry, as that's been asked and answered. As I said, the costs are being covered by the ComSec budget.
Noting that the ComSec payment actually comes out of ratepayers and it's got to be budgeted for, there's still a cost applied. So with consistency of messaging, given your prior public statements describing overseas travel as an unjustified expense,
thank you, Councillor Golay.
do you believe that your current decision aligns with the commitments made to ratepayers during the campaign?
Thank you, Councillor Golay. Asked and answered. Can you please focus on the motion before Council, which is to note the motion or not note?
Madam Chair, we open the floor to questions, and as a matter of integrity, professionalism and transparency to the public...
Thank you, Councillor Golay. They've been asked and answered, and as I said, this is not a requirement, but I'm bringing it back for transparency, and I've asked and answered your questions. Thank you. Councillor Rendles.
I've got 2 very short questions. Number 1, do you support the Whitewater Centre?
Councillor Rendles, the Redland City Council has voted for it. This is a majority decision to back this project. So the motion before Council is to note this trip or not note it. Do you have a question in relation to the motion?
Following up from that first one, I note that on occurrences where we've received correspondence from the community in opposition to the Whitewater Centre, your response has been to note the correspondence.
7.767, the councillor isn't speaking to the motion, and I think it's an important trip and I'd like to move on. I have some legitimate questions I'd like to ask.
Okay, if I may, Mayor, my second question is just to clarify, you are saying that your trip and any associated costs with this trip will not be borne by council. So this whole trip in its entirety is funded through ComSec.
Point of order's been called, and I ask you to either make your question relate to the motion, which is to either note or not note.
That was a question relating to motion. I was seeking a clarification that you are saying that there will be no cost to council. I'm not talking of indirect costs, but council will not be asked to provide any costs relating this trip.
Councillor
Point of
Rendall. Yes, thank you, Councillor Boglari.
7.6.8, number C, repeating the same points already made.
Yep.
This has already been answered.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Boglari. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to bring it back to the report and the importance of these trips. I think advocacy and the trip overseas is important, so I'll certainly be noting and do support the delegation. My question is, Mayor, because it is so important, should you be flying economy rather than business class? Because we want you at the top of your game. It's called business class for a reason, because business people go and to do business. And unlike when I travelled recently overseas on cattle class, you don't always arrive as fresh and ready to go, and these trips are quite quick. So do you feel comfortable that if you're going economy? Because I would.
So I'll answer that question. Yeah. So when this trip was raised with ComSec, I asked the question, or they raised the question about economy travel, because ComSec covers economy travel, and they stated that other mayors and the previous mayor of Redland City Council had chosen to upgrade to business class. I then stated that I would travel economy, and other mayors, there were some other mayors that also stated they would travel economy because we didn't want an extra cost addition in relation to these trips. ComSec then made a determination, because a number of us had said that we would travel economy, we would not ask for extra funding, to use the budget within ComSec to allow everyone to travel business class over and economy return back, and they stated that they were doing that based on the decisions that you've just outlined.
Appreciate that, and I'm really pleased, because I would have supported the last mayor going to be fresh and ready for action for our city, and I'm glad that ComSec are picking up the bill this time. That's awesome. So thank you for all the mayors for achieving that. I have a second question. Is there anyone going in support of you?
Yes, there is. Yeah. So my executive officer is also travelling, as is custom. I found out that other mayors are taking their executive officers as support and note-taking, and to keep correspondence and job function going while we're travelling. It is an intense schedule over the 10 days covering those countries, and to meet the schedule appropriately, a number of majority are taking, as I understand it, their executive officers, and I understand that has occurred in previous years as well.
And with your indulgence, then that leads to another question. That will be a cost to ratepayers, which I'll also. It is important that we get the very best out of the job. Is the executive officer the best officer to be going? Noting I know some of the history of your executive officer in economic development as well. But should someone from the AMP department be better placed for such a delegation?
I asked that question too. So mayors are taking their executive officers and I'm fortunate that my executive officer has such a strong background in economic development as well, and also having gone on previous trade missions. And so I'm fortunate in that he has that dual function and capacity, and has an ongoing relationship with economic development, as well as being able to perform the functions of EO as well.
I do apologise, but to indulge one more question. Is ComSec picking up the cost for the executive officers, or is that councils themselves?
No, I understand that's an operational cost, as it has been in the past. Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. From the discussion, it's obviously been revealed that your executive officer is going with you, which is a cost to council. So I was wondering, and plus also the information that we received from the CEO last night was just that the majority of your meals are being covered by ComSec. So majority is not all expenses. So I was wondering whether you would change point 1 to remove at no cost to council, because in my opinion, that's not correct.
No, additional cost.
That relates to the mayor's travel, not anyone else's.
But,
sorry,
and for you to attend, your executive officer is also attending, so there is a cost to council, plus also the email that we received from the acting CEO was just that a majority of your expenses are being covered, not all.
So I should
at
just...
no cost to council means no cost to council.
I'll just refer... So this relates to the Mayor's travel.
Okay, that's fine.
Because the notice of motion relates to the Mayor's travel because there's no motion. I'm doing this so that it's on record. There's no requirement for the officer to have their travel approved through council. So this relates to the Mayor.
And I appreciate your transparency, but in full transparency, I think that there is a cost to council for you to travel because you're also travelling with your executive officer, which is a cost to ratepayers in council. And again, the information we received from the acting CEO was that not all of your costs are being covered by ComSec. Majority are, but not all.
So I don't know what other costs there would be for flight, accommodation and meals are all being covered by ComSec. So there's really nothing left.
I
Thank
personally
you.
cannot support a motion that I know is not correct. I will not put my hand to something when I know
All right.
that it is misinformation to the public.
Okay, I don't consider that misinformation because everything's been included. As I said, there's no requirement to do this, but I'm doing it so it is on the record. I know it wasn't done last time, but I'm doing it this time. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Totally agree with Councillor Mitchell. This is an extremely important trip. It is important that we get as much as we can from the time that both yourself and the executive officer will have on the ground at these destinations. As a point of clarification, you referred to point 1 there, mentioning travel. I think that in its wholeness, it does state that there's no costs associated with participating in the mission. I think that any additional costs which would be incurred for meals or anything else, and particularly with the participation of an executive officer, is a direct expense related to your participation in this mission, and it isn't directly related to a travel component. There's nowhere on this motion where that's specified. In the key messages for this mayoral minute, it says the Mayor's expenses for this trip, i.e. airfares, transport, meals and accommodation will be covered by ComSec, resulting in no cost to council.
For the Mayor's travel.
No,
So
it doesn't say travel, it says travel, airfares, transport, meals and accommodation.
Just to clarify yet again, as I've answered previously, this motion, I'm bringing this mayoral minute in relation to the ComSec travel, and just to clarify, last year the report was brought for the additional travel in relation to the mission, not the ComSec component, it was the additional travel, just clarifying that. So I'm bringing this motion in relation to ComSec. There's no requirement to do it, and there's also no requirement for the EO's travel to be approved or come through council at all. It is either for noting, as I said, or not. I'm doing it so that it's on the record, and the questions in relation to expenditure have been asked and answered.
I completely appreciate that this is going on the record, and I commend you for doing that, but I think that we also should ensure that we are as accurate as possible with the information that is provided to the community and that we are asked to endorse as well. And I don't feel that the wording here is conveying that very well.
As I said, it's been asked and answered, this relates to the mayoral component, and that's the one that I'm referring to. Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Look, I acknowledge that this is actually, in effect, not attributed to a particular person. It's the Mayor or the Deputy Mayor. I just note that the line of inquiry and questioning, I empathise with that, and I hope that it's a successful mission. I appreciate the transparency. If there's particular concerns about perceptions of misinformation, I think you're trying to do the opposite of that. I want to support that, and I think that that's the information that could come back and will be presented with the support of an executive officer will be instructive to this council for a range of reasons, not just to do with 2032, but a whole range of things that are happening in South East Queensland, where cross-pollination among Council of Mayors is a very important thing for our city and for the region generally. So I'm speaking in support and just acknowledging that it's a tricky situation for you, it seems. I'm just acknowledging that.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Boglari.
Oh, thank you. Just basically saying what Councillor Bishop said. Thank you for bringing it here. I'm sure if there is a cost, just like when we go down to the local government meetings in Canberra or wherever they are, if we do happen to have a meal, we can claim it later. Perhaps you'll let us know all the sandwiches and that you might have to have when you're at these meetings that weren't covered.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
I appreciate your...
Point of order, Mayor.
Thank you.
Have
Councillor
we left
Tolkien?
standing orders completely? Because we seem to have returned to comments, and I'm quite happy to put the motion. Happy to do that.
That was a question.
Facetiously asking how many
Okay, thank you,
sandwiches the mayor's
Councillor
going to
Tolte.
eat.
Thank you, Councillor Tolte. Could we just, yes, Councillor Boglari, you had a question?
Thank you for your transparency, and I wish you all the best on the trip.
Thank you. All right, so having said all that, I answered the questions. This is a Mayoral minute, as I said, bringing it because I wanted it on record. Everything has been asked and answered, and there will be a report on the trip back to Council as required with all details. I now put the motion. Those in favour. Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop, and myself. Those against? Councillor Hughes. Those against? Councillor Hughes, Councillor Mackenzie. Thank you. The motion is carried. Moving to agenda item number 9, public participation. And we've not received any applications for public participation for today's meeting. Agenda item number 10, which is petitions and presentations, and I've not been advised of any of those either. Agenda item number 11, order of business. So I've not been advised of any motion to alter the order of business. Agenda item number 12, reports from the Office of the CEO, and there are none this month. And agenda item number 13, which is the November 13.1, which is the November 2024 monthly financial report. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Thank you, Councillor Bishop. A seconder, Councillor Boglari. Councillor Bishop, would you like to speak to the motion?
Only just to acknowledge the monthly financial report with a background, and also just acknowledging that there are some matters that I did request from the Chief Financial Officer if they could speak to some of those items. In the executive summary, one of the matters is in relation to asset sustainability ratio, depreciation expense, and then there are a few other points that where we just have a couple of the red crosses in this particular month, that it would just be good to get some context in relation to that before I speak further. Thank you. If I may, through you to the Chief Executive Officer, Financial Officer.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor Bishop, for the opportunity to provide an overview of the November financial reports. In summary, and turning to that executive summary section that you're referring to, which does have the key financial highlights, I'd like to acknowledge some of the commentary, and you mentioned depreciation that we are monitoring. That is still impacting these results that we've referred to before, and that is largely the revenue and expenditure associated with bulk water, where we just haven't, seen the need for those levies, and December is turning out to be one of the wettest Decembers that we've had for some time, so we obviously need to continue monitoring and understanding what that forecast looks like. And the depreciation item, which was an impact from information we received after the budget was completed around our revaluation of certain asset classes. So again, as I've mentioned before, we'll monitor these, and if we need to, we'll take up a budget review submission in the future for them. If we could just have the executive summary on the screen so I can talk to... with regards to the... page 3. Thank you. Thank you. So with regards to the recurrent revenue and recurrent expenditure, we do have the Red Cross, as you mentioned, on there, but I would like to draw out that the recurrent revenue, the actual year-to-date variance is 0.47% of the year-to-date budget, and the current expenditure is 0.71%. So they are quite very immaterial amounts, but because when they round down to either 0 or 1%, they do come up as an unfavourable status. But they are very close, and that does attest to the forecasting of budget spend and receipt of revenue throughout the financial year. The other component is, Councillor, you did touch on the asset sustainability ratio, but I would like to note within the report that you'll see that we have had that real focus of capital delivery. We are now We now have over $33 million of capital spend as at the end of November. I do acknowledge that the year-to-date asset sustainability ratio hasn't yet met that target, but given the profile of the capital works that we do have in our annual program, we do fully expect that mix of works will deliver us on that sustainability target that we should be meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, you had your hand up? Oh, sorry, Councillor Bishop, yes, if you have your point to finish.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. And as we're looking forward to some of the items coming up, I'd just like to particularly focus on the rising future depreciation costs. I think it's just an important time to step back and reflect on how we can better plan for the years ahead. I don't want to criticise or dwell on challenges, but I just encourage us to think strategically about how we can, as a council, better prioritise and sequence going forward our capital and operational commitments. We all want to achieve the best outcomes for our community, but with the pressures
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Councillor isn't speaking to the motion. He's getting into strategic planning and budgeting and not to the monthly financial report for noting.
Well,
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Bishop, would you like to talk around the motion, which I think you are explaining?
Yeah, I believe that as we look at the forward projections, which relates to pressures of limited cash reserves and increasing construction costs, ongoing operational demands during a cost of living crisis, I believe that we've got an opportunity to strengthen our future financial approach. We've got a lot of complex matters to juggle, such as landfill remediation, wastewater treatment plants, 335 kilometres of coastline, sensitive island issues, EPBC and native title related implications, which will all affect our future finances, as well as council accommodation matters, sporting and aquatic facilities, plus a host of major projects and other initiatives, all of which need to be considered. So what I'm encouraging at the end of the year in a positive manner is that if we can create a clearer framework for assessing and prioritising projects going forward, one that balances our risks, our costs and our community outcomes.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Cole.
Unless the councillor is suggesting that these statements are to be done in this monthly report for noting, he is not speaking to the item.
Thank you, Councillor Tolti. Councillor Bishop, would you like to round it up in relation to the monthly report?
Thank you. Well, I think the monthly report is a rolling summary of the works that we have ahead of us, and we do need to bear in mind matters like our corporate plan review. I think consultation with our community will keep us on track, and I think we need to revisit those things going forward. So I'll finish on that point.
To the monthly.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. And thank you, you've finished. Thank you, Councillor Bishop.
Thank you.
All right, any speakers against? No? Sorry, Councillor Hughes had your hand up earlier.
Thank you. And as Councillor Bishop has just commented on, we look to the executive summary and we look to the unfavourable, the cross, and we go, oh. But what I wanted to focus on and speak to our CFO regarding, when we look at the green tick there on the capital works expenditure, and I think it's almost a trick tick if you can say it like that, because when you have a look at that, it's because we're running here, -5% gives us a tick. But what I wanted to ask the CFO, with our capital expenditure, we're currently at -5, which is 1.772, which is a favourable response and gets the green tick. But I wanted to highlight against last month, highlighting last month the same line, we were -23%, which is 7.2, which is a favourable response again. The lower the number, favourable, it gets a green tick. But in actual fact, over between the 23% and the -23 and -5, we've spent an extra 5.512 million. So, when we look at it and we get the green tick, we just can skim over it. But we've put a lot of works out this last month by the look of those numbers. Yeah, noting that we always expect to be behind budget and we have budgeted year-on-year rolling projects into our capital works. That was my question. Thank you.
So, Councillor Hughes, do you have a question?
Yeah, the 5.512 million. I want to ask about the variance there. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Chair, thank you, Councillor Hughes. And I believe we have had that acceleration of works and contracts, but I might defer to my colleague, our General Manager of Infrastructure and Operations, who can talk to some of that movement in the capital works spend.
Thank you, General Manager.
Through you, Madam Chair, thank you for that question. I just want to reassure the councillors that although we are slightly behind in our capital delivery, which is often the case in the first quarter as we get things out to tender, I do want to confirm that we have $38 million in the market currently, whether it's out in the market or under evaluation at the moment. And there's $38 million worth of construction projects currently being constructed as we speak. So we will absolutely catch up in the new year. We've also had significant wet weather this year, and as the construction part of the organisation starts to wind down and our contractors also wind down, December is often behind, but we are ready to hit the ground running in January and catch up as we award those contracts.
Thank you. Councillor Rendels.
Thank you. And if I may say so through the Mayor, it's always a pleasure reading these financial reports, and I'm very appreciative of the work that goes into them. I have a couple of questions that perhaps you can help me understand a little bit. I bring your attention to page 33 of the report, 6 statement of cash flows, very top of that page. Page 33, statement of cash flows. Page 33 of the report. Yep, the top of that page. Yep, just there. That the second line of that table, payments to suppliers and employers, where a significant underspend. I'm assuming that relates to a significant underspend, which I'm assuming relates to the capital works being behind. Is that right?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Rendels, for the question. And this is more around when we actually expect. So we forecast when we believe we'll be actually physically paying cash for the expenditure incurred versus when we actually have to recognise the expenditure. So this is demonstrating that we expected the cash to be spent at that amount of cash by this particular amount of time. However, whether it's been through purchasing arrangements, delays, a whole range of reasons that cash payment hasn't gone. It would typically be to vendors at the time that we expected it. And that could be to do with, as we've said, maybe it was delays in works or brought forward works, but it really is the timing of cash payments versus expenditure.
Thank you. Because that was the most significant one that I saw. The other one, perhaps if you can help clarify, is that it seems to me one of the most volatile revenues, particularly over the last few periods, is in relation to water charges, because when it rains a lot, people are not using their hoses as much. But at the same time, when we look at the water reports, that the expenses are going down as well. So we're not, it seems when I look at this that we're not selling as much water, but our water charges are going down as well. So Nicole, you've done a marvellous job of keeping it balanced and positive. But can you explain? And I'm sure it's me. I'm sure it's not you. Can you explain why, when the water charges go down, we feel it has an impact on our revenue, but wouldn't that be offset by the higher reduction in expenses for the water?
That's correct. So that's been previous commentary, Councillor, where we've recognised there's been a reduction in revenue due to the fact we haven't levied those water charges because we haven't needed to, but we've had a corresponding in the expense section of the Statement of Comprehensive Income reduction in expenditure that correlates to that reduction in revenue.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop, would you like to sum up? Excuse me. Councillor Boglari.
Could I just have clarification on that reply, please?
On the reply just made by the...
concerned with water?
Sure,
because
Chief.
I always understood, through you, I understood that we get a percentage of the water revenue to go into our general rates. So therefore, if we don't collect, to go into our general reserve, I mean, to use for, council works. So if we're not getting that income in, it is a reduction on our revenue. Even if there is a reduction on costs, it is a reduction on our revenue. That was my understanding.
Through you, Chair, we'll defer to our financial controller, who can answer that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. Through you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Boglari, for the question. And that is completely spot on. I can't tell you what the percentage is, but we have a bulk water component, which is the expense that we incur when we pay SEQ water for the water that we buy, and then we sell that on. Now, there's no margin in that at all. And so we're seeing that month on month since really the start of the year, where we're down on both. So there's no difference there, but we have got that favourable difference being that portion called the retailer water fee that we have to cover our resources, our staff costs to process the water, the water meter reads and so on and so forth.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Yeah, just to sum up, two officers, thank you through the Chair for all the good work you do putting in all of the inputs to keep us on track and keep us advised in a flexible and changing environment. Really appreciate all of that on behalf of councillors. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Motion is carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 13.2. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, have an amended motion that's been dispersed through to councillors and to corporate records. So pop that up. And you'll note that the inclusion of the revised budget for two positions as operational support for the childcare and park care programs. So I believe, first of all, we need to speak to the amendment. Second.
Seconded by Councillor Talty. Councillor Mitchell.
Yes, I'll speak to this is the budget review in totality. The amended portion is on the childcare and park care programs and the important support for the positions. Councillors, we've had workshops and a lot of discussion. I thank you all for those discussions and the officers for that input. I'll just talk a little bit about the park care and childcare initiative that is going to be enabled with these two positions. The budget request before you is an investment in our community rather than a cost. Obviously it's a cost, but really it's an investment. Volunteering is well established in our community. Bush care being probably the most notable cousin of this proposal today. But also in our art gallery, library, council supports things like STAR in the celebrating of community volunteers regularly, and through many thousands of dollars of community grants and other grants, we support volunteering and volunteerism and what it delivers to our city. We have a proud volunteering heritage in the city in this one. Our community is crying out for this initiative. Residents, including down at Wellington Point, working in parks, Raby Bay on public land, Cuchimudlo Island, I believe, with park care, coast care. Residents on Simbi are quite frustrated because they can't get permission legally to do some work on public lands. So all councillors have given their examples in their own communities, their own divisions, how their community is not being able to safely and legally do the work that they want to do. So let's make the efforts of these community members that are already underway safe, organised, and show them that they're valued, like all those other volunteers that I've talked about. We can tap into, with this initiative, hundreds of fit and willing volunteers through trail runners, park runners, thousands of mountain bikers, all of who are already wanting to do work in our tracks and trails and in our parks. Also, as the initiative expands, I see chambers of commerce, Wellington Point Trailers, Cleveland Village Traders Association, and other organised groups being able to tap into volunteer programs like this to do work in our urban areas, maybe in our city centres. I'd like to look at the landscaping and greening of commercial areas, perhaps. Currently, this is denied. We should also honour the amazing efforts of Rats Mountain Bike Club, who are doing great work down at Redland Bay and also in Cleveland on the trails. Also the Raby Bay Residents Association, representing around 2,000 people. They're wanting to do work in their pocket parks and areas there. This will enable them. The permit system that currently works and is clunky, restrictive, it will actually kill off that initiative there, and that was said to me yesterday by that association. So this will enable it if we support this initiative today. Currently the situation is inequitable, it's unfair. We're wasting thousands of hours of volunteering, tens of thousands of hours of labour and hundreds of thousands of dollars in economic uplift by enabling these people to do the work. So approving today's budget request is for 2 skilled workers who will unlock that significant potential. So just caught the eye of David Kadovic down the back. I'd also like to really give David a lot of kudos and a bouquet in this room. He's been the vision leader and passionate driver of this opportunity and has been going above and beyond with running on fumes in his department to help enable some of these activities. This will support those officers and that area of council that have not had that support to date. So, and you heard that from the officers themselves the other day, and you all noted that that information was very, very valuable. So hopefully in the amended portion here today, as part of the overall budget review process, that will get supported. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Any speakers against? Councillor, you've got a question, Councillor Bishop? So, Councillor Hewlett? Thank you. Would you like to speak?
Look, I think this is potentially a great initiative, but from my understanding, volunteers should really alleviate the cost to council on certain things. So you go into a country town, there's a Lions park there that's being manicured by the local Lions Club. This is going to be an impost of over $200,000 a year on ratepayers, and we've been talking about cost of living pressures lately, and this is just another layer of bureaucracy to do something that council isn't currently doing. So it's really not volunteers offsetting council operational costs, it's actually increasing our operational costs. And look, I think it's got some great potential in the future, but the way cost of living is at the moment, I can't support that extra impost on operational expenses, which directly impacts rates. And I don't know why we're starting the trail care when we've got all of these established groups already out there doing a lot of work, as I mentioned, Coast Care on Coochie, who get no support from council really at all with resources. So now we've got to provide resources, provide officers, do all this other stuff. So it's going to go way beyond $200,000 a year. And I don't think council, and the reason that we're running on fumes is because we're trying to keep rates low. So if we're going to keep adding these like-to-haves, if the bureaucracy wasn't involved and we empowered people to do things, I'd be all for it. But this is quite an impost on council. This is going to impact rates. And I just think it's not needed at the moment. Maybe 26, 27, if things improve in the economy, I'd perhaps support it there, but not now.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. Speaker 4, Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm a little confused by the comments that we've just heard. Lions, parks and work by volunteer groups is exactly what this is about. Currently, if the Lions, as an example, came to us and wanted to do some work in one of our parks, we would have to refuse them. We couldn't licence them to do work in the park, which is exactly what my understanding Councillor Hewlett was just advocating for. Groups like Coochie Coast Care are very problematic, and that's not a reflection on the group, because our policies, our liability risks, assessments, everything prevents our allowing these people to do the things they want to do. The comments that were just made were in fact an argument for, not against, the need. That's incorrect. Point of order, Madam Mayor. The councillor should not be interjecting.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hewlett.
If I can finish.
Continue.
Thank you. The logical and appropriate thing for us to do is to support this, and anyone who cannot support the expense of supporting volunteers to do work in our public spaces must, by extension, also not support tree planting through bush care. So if we cannot support this, then we cannot support officers being employed to manage...
Point of order, she's not speaking to the motion, Madam Mayor, and this has got nothing to do with bush care, who do an amazing job. It's got nothing to do with Coast Care. This is about establishing...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm just saying, well, if she's going to... please speak to the motion.
Thank you. So point of order is noted. Thank you, Councillor Talty. Can you please frame it around the motion?
I absolutely was, Mayor. This is a motion that acknowledges the wonderful work that's been done to claw back some dollars in our budget, and then an acknowledgement that in order to do better for the community, we are going to put those dollars into various other things that need doing in the city. And one of those things is the support for volunteer groups to work in our public spaces. And the opportunity to save and get work done in our public spaces. Now, that is exactly the same logic that is applied to bush care. So what I'm saying is, if you cannot support that approach in this circumstance, then you have to then apply the same theoretical approach to all programs.
She's not speaking to the motion, and she's being incorrect of what she's saying. So bush care has been long established in this council for many years.
Thank you, councillors. Thank you, councillors. Thank you. I acknowledge your point of order, Councillor Hewlett. Councillor Talty, I do believe you've made that point a number of times now. Perhaps
well, I haven't been allowed to make the point, Mayor, because I'm interrupted consistently, and I would like a ruling, please, on that objection, because I believe it is wrong.
So your objection, Councillor Hewlett, is that
bush care has got nothing to do with this motion. I'm a big supporter of bush care and always have been, and it's already established in council's budget over many, many years. This is something new, which is going to cost in excess of $200,000 a year for something council isn't currently doing.
Thank you, Councillor Hewlett. If you could direct your question or your comments around the current programs before council in relation to the motion.
Mayor, that's not a ruling. If I could have a ruling, please.
So ruling up, it's upheld.
It's upheld.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I won't say any more then.
Motion of dissent.
Councillor Bishop, question? Question, yes? Oh, sorry, for and against, please. So that was anyone against?
Councillor
Bishop?
Thank you. I'll commence with asking a question. Observe.
So against argument? We'll move into questions later.
Speaking against.
Okay, thank you.
The reason I'm speaking against is because here we have before us a budget request for a revised budget review, and we are spending most of our time discussing a trail care and park care program, of which there has not been fulsome and forthright information provided to councillors in majority about what is intended.
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Talty.
Given that the previous objection to statements was upheld, this is absolutely outside of the scope of this motion, and the councillor will know that information has been provided and that statement was completely incorrect. So I would like a ruling on that, please.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Talty. Correct. Councillor Bishop, can you frame it in relation to the current programs before?
I would like to ask Council through...
So, speaking against?
Speaking against, I'd like to ask if a question to officers through the Mayor, if I may.
So we'll move into questions after comments in relation to for and against the motion.
Okay, well, let me acknowledge that this discussion about two positions for operational support for trail care and park care programs has come in a manner that is rather non-strategic, and I would like to think that there might have been a better way that we could be having a broader discussion about this. I do understand that I see the huge benefits and opportunities, as Councillor Mitchell has mentioned, and I see that there are many organisations across this city that would like to participate in something. I'm concerned that it's come to us via this process as a rather circuitous route rather than being a matter that could have come through a different process, and my preference would be that we actually do not attach this to this particular budget review, but we actually commence a different process with the support of officers. I would be very happy to support that we actually look at creating a policy and guideline and look at examples from other areas as a benchmark. I know that is part of what has been discussed, but the way that it's come about in discussion...
Madam Mayor, I would like to put a motion, please. I'd like a put motion.
It appears...
So, just give me a second. So, thank you, Councillor Talty. Noting your procedural motion to put the motion. So we will put the motion. Oh, sorry, vote on the procedural motion. Sorry, everyone. Those in favour of putting the motion. So that is Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie. Those against? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley, Councillor Bishop and myself. Motion is lost. So we move back in here. So Councillor Bishop, if you'd like to finish your comment, and then we'll move on to any comments.
Thank you. I would like to request that this addition of dot point E not be included, and that we actually return to a more specific and strategic pathway to do what is effectively being proposed through this budget review request, and actually have the full transparency, look more broadly at the outstanding needs in our community, address the issues and do some benchmarking, and do that through a process that's clearer. My question would have been to officers, is there a way that we could have done that?
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. So that was your comment against. Councillor Golly, you had a for?
Speaker for.
Speaker for?
I had a point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry. Councillor Rendles?
Councillor Bishop, in discussing or talking against the motion, appeared to move an amendment to the motion, in that he suggested that an amendment to put one sans E. And I just wanted...
Clarification.
Correct. It's the officer's recommendation, given that we had discussed this and that was considered to be the view. post-discussion, and it's subsequently come back on, so I'm suggesting we go with the officer recommendation. That's what I would suggest we do. And we'll discuss this at a later point through the proper process.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bishop. So moving back to speakers 4, Councillor Golle.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to support this because the key word here is review. It's a budget review. So if we add this into it as part of an approach to review, there's not one councillor here that's realistically not putting, points for and against. It's all making sense. The fact is that it's a review. So I'll support this to come to a review, which is exactly what it's being asked to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers. Sorry, Councillor Baglari, you wanted a clarification?
Can I just ask officers to clarify, yes, this is a budget review, but if we vote on this today, these 2 positions aren't being reviewed, they are actually now going to be included. Can I just have that point of clarification, please?
Chief Financial Officer.
Through you, Chair, that's correct. This means that the positions will have a head of power to be recruited, and then the financial implication of that will come forward as part of a future budget review document. But it will mean, as I said, that the head of power will be granted through this budget review for recruitment to proceed on the 2 positions. And the reduction in forecast surplus from this budget review.
Thank you. Councillor Golle.
Thank you, Chair. So then the alternative to that would be then not to support the budget. It's as simple as that. If councillors are not happy, and this is the means to actually go out and start recruiting, and we know that these things will come across our desk in multiples as budget reviews and requests, we do also hold the right not to support the budget in the future.
Thank you, Councillor Golle. Speakers against? Councillor Baglari.
At this point, I'm speaking against it, but I will reserve my right to vote differently after discussions. We are talking about a budget review at the moment where officers tell us where we are on our planned budget for the year. At the moment, we're looking at a site surplus, which is excellent. If we have a deficit, it means we didn't collect enough money for all the projects. If we have a balanced budget, that means we have enough money to do our maintenance and everything that we planned. If we have a surplus, that means in February, if there's a big storm season, we have some extra money there. It also means that in future, with all the challenges that we know that are coming at us with all our future projects and the way the world is going at the moment with costs of resources, etc., we actually have that little bit of money. It'd be like me spending every cent I get, every pay, or do I put a little bit away for when the dishwasher breaks down? So just because at this budget review it says that we are having a slight surplus doesn't mean we then take that money and spend it somewhere. That to me is not the wisest way of doing finances. Secondly, at the last budget review, majority of councillors took out a project that had actually gone through the rigour of our prioritisation process. It had got through the budget.
Point of order, Madam Chair. Councillor is now speaking to a past motion that has nothing to do with this motion.
Yes, it does. It proves my...
I'd like a ruling on my point of order, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. I believe there's a nexus you're drawing a nexus.
Yes, there is.
Thank you.
Okay, a nexus is not...
Yes, it is. It explains my position. If I am explaining my position, it is allowed.
So you're making the ruling now?
No, I'm explaining why I'm talking about it.
So I'll ask that there's not debate across the floor, that things are you wait and you can direct your comments through me. I'm allowing Councillor Baglari to finish her comment.
Because I'm talking about the budget review process, and that's what we're talking about today, is a budget review, and that's what we're voting on. So at the last budget review, majority of councillors voted out a project which had actually gone through the budget process of being prioritised. It was voted on at the budget, it was accepted. Then at the first budget review we had, it was voted out because councillors decided they didn't actually like the policy attached to that.
Councillor Boglari, could I just ask you to frame it back in around
Sorry,
the
I was getting to that, yep. So we voted out, majority of councillors voted out at the last budget review a project because they weren't happy with the current state of the policy that got attached to that item, even though it had gone through the whole process. Now, at this budget review, we're including a project, whereas at the moment we don't have the policy or absolutely attached to it with all the detail involved. So different budget reviews, we're doing different, in my opinion, different standards of governance. So I have been working with a couple of groups to get such a process through, and it's documented because we gave one of them even a grant for over 2 years. But I keep being told we have to find the budget money and we have to do the right policy. So
thank you, Councillor Rendles.
I'm struggling to find the relevance of what Councillor Boglari is saying to this motion, and I also note that she's exceeded her 5 minutes.
Thank you.
I'll conclude. I just wanted to ask, as Dave Kadovic or the group manager or Cherie is in the room, whichever is the appropriate officer, could they speak to this, please?
Can I leave that till the end, asking a question, and we'll just move. So if you maintain your question and we'll come to questions.
I wanted them to speak just in general to this trail care and park care.
I think
programs.
We'll hold your questions over until we conclude speakers for and against. So speakers for, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor, and I fully support this request, and just wanted to make a point of clarifications in speaking for about the allegation that this isn't the proper process to go through for this budget request. This came through as an additional operating request in a workshop several weeks ago. That is the normal process that budget reviews and requests come through, is they come through an additional operating request. Officers presented a workshop 2 days ago on what the additional operating request for, what the project was for, the benefits to the community, and yes, that there will be a cost for this. However, the work needs to be done, so we can either get value from volunteers who want to do this work, or, in my opinion, we should be then hiring on-the-ground staff to then go out and do this work. There are two options, essentially. No, we don't have the policy and the program for this yet, but we need the staff to develop those policies. That's why we need these two staff members, so that they can develop the policy and the program and recruit the volunteers and do the technical work and assist those volunteers to go out and do the work on our tracks and trails that is very vital for the maintenance of those. That is an extreme benefit to our community. Obviously, I have scribbly gums and share Redlands Track Park with Councillor Mitchell, so I fully support this so that these works can be done, because it is currently we don't have the budget in our current operational spend to do it. Now, I just want to note that that when we went into our budget and we adopted our budget in the end of June, we were predicting a $1.4 million deficit. We are now sitting at a $2.6 million surplus. So I'd just also like to thank the organisation for finding those efficiencies and savings to essentially claw back $4 million. So in my opinion, yes, we out of that $4 million to gain the benefit of getting works on the ground done that most of us all know that we need doing, spending $200,000 a year is very good value for money.
Thank you, Councillor Mackenzie. Speakers against? All right, that's now exhausted. We'll move into questions. Councillor Baglari, I think you had a question.
I was just wondering if the officers would like to speak to it, given it is their department.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. Council has 780 parks, several hundred kilometres of trails. We have an extensive maintenance and operational program. The purpose of this proposal is a community engagement and environmental management activity that supports and complements Council's already extensive program. It would be proposed to be modelled on bush care, which is already a program that is extensively operating and is successful. We have extensive requests from the community to be involved in the management of our parks and the management of our trails. Our current processes are limited to a permit system, which is heavily compliance-based, where we require the community to operate within quite constrained circumstances. So this proposal, if it is supported, is modelled on bush care and allows many, many more community groups to be involved in delivering outcomes for the Redlands.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A question to the group manager, I suppose, would be the best person. So we've just had a statement about this proposed program with these two additional staff members modelling a program on the program that we know as bush care, that we all know and love as bush care, which produces great community benefit. I was wondering if I could have some information about the last time we had a cost-benefit analysis of the bush care program and whether that is the appropriate model to base this new program around. Are we confident and comfortable that bush care's operating model is the most efficient for these programs to be delivered by the community?
General Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So through you to Councillor Colley, as you're aware, bush care is a long-standing program of council, many, many years. I'm not aware that there's been any recent work to look at the cost-benefit analysis, but certainly as a long-standing and well-loved and well-respected part of the program, that has been supported continuously through budgets every year, but I'm not aware of any recent cost-benefit analysis.
I would like to request that in the establishment of this program, accepting that there are two positions, the program will scale up over time, that a thorough analysis of the model that this program would operate under is undertaken, and if it is the same program and the same model that bush care operates under, whether that can be reviewed simultaneously to ensure that we do deliver these important services for the community as effectively and as efficiently as possible.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
On similar lines, I wonder whether, through the Mayor, Councillor Mitchell would consider an amendment, a further amendment, to note the inclusion in the revised budget for two positions as operational support for the trail care and park care programs after adoption of a guideline which identifies objectives and goals for the program, so that we can actually have the sequence of these sorts of considerations managed before the officers are effectively put into the position, because at this stage that's the information that I think Councillor Colley's point refers to. So that's my question. Would Councillor Mitchell support the addition of, after the adoption of a guideline or policy which identifies the objectives and goals of the program?
Councillor Mitchell.
No.
Thank you. Questions answered. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. I It was my understanding with the conversation that we had, I think Councillor Bishop had a really great point, and looking to other councils, what they have done, etc. But it was my understanding that as part of this establishment of these two roles, if they are supported, that those guidelines would be put in place, that we've been assured of that already. So I'm just seeking that.
General Manager, could you respond?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, that is correct. And we have been talking to our neighbours, and as we've said before in this chamber, it will be modelled on a working framework, which is the bush care and the volunteer management framework.
So, Councillor Bishop, thank you for raising that, would be my response. But in changing the motion, I feel that we've, even though Councillor Mitchell said no, but in support to your query, I think I'm very comfortable in the fact that that will be done organically following, if the positions are supported.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes. Councillor Guy.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to our officers, would the initiation of these two particular staff enable and strengthen our environmental care processes in council, and would it give strength to our environmental support?
Thank you, Service Manager Dave Kadovic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Councillor Golly, yes, exactly right. That's the one of the benefits of having volunteers is that education piece. So we've got in our environmental areas, and bush care has proven the success is that people that border our conservation reserves sometimes do the wrong things, and through this education and working in the community, they understand by planting the right plants, not throwing weeds in the environment, things like that. Particularly in trail care, a lot of our trails have been built by mountain bike riders, and what we have noticed with the trail care groups at present that we've got working is that education piece, so they understand building the paths correctly in the right areas, so it has a huge environmental benefit. So that is definitely one of the advantages of this program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, we are still on questions. Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. I'm not sure which officer to direct the question to, thank you. But we had mentioned previously about the possibility of kick-starting this program with some sort of trial basis, but we're not talking about that now. I just wanted, from the officer's perspective, if we were to employ these two new staff and implement this program, and we have the rigour around it, as Councillor Colley has mentioned, we don't need a trial basis. You'd come back to us if you felt that it wasn't successful. I just need some clarity around that. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Davis.
Thank you, General Manager.
Through you, Madam Mayor. The trial that we have actually been undertaking is using a permit system for the trail care program, and it has been, while it's been very successful, as the Group Manager Sherry Clark mentioned, it is very compliance driven and not collaborative. It is also means under a permit system that the organisations have to have their own public liability insurance, which is exceptionally costly for the organisations. In trying to work with the Raby Bay Residents Association, for example, under a similar permit system, it is quite onerous to actually use that permit system, and because it's very compliance driven and very restrictive, it is very difficult to manage. That's why, while we've done a trial using a permit system, we believe that if we want to go forward, this is the better approach. It's bringing them under Council's volunteer management framework and systems and processes so that it can be collaborative and much more engaging with the teams, and less onerous on the staff, to be honest, as well as the organisations. And it means they won't have that financial impost on the community groups.
General Manager, can I just have just a couple of questions, just so that it's on the record? What areas were covered by the trial?
The trial has only been in Mount Cotton, Eastern Escarpment and Scribbly Gum,
and
Bayview and Scribbly Gum.
Okay, and how were those areas identified?
because the mountain bikers have been very successful and coming to council and speaking on the public record as well in trying to engage with council.
All right.
And we have listened to the community.
Yep, thank you. I think, unless there's something outside the scope of what we're talking, I'd really like to ask Councillor Mitchell. We spent a lot of time on this to sum up. Yes, Councillor Tulty? And then I think we can sum up.
Mayor, we've just heard that there is a compliance element and a large impost on trying to do the current system, which is being trialled, of the permit system. We've had a lot of talk on the extra impost of the management of this proposed alternate new system, which we're wanting to include in the budget. But there must be, and I would like just to confirm that, an offset in the hours and the wages and the compliance matters, and going out and talking to groups, constantly requesting to do these things and saying no. I know I've had meetings for 6 years over it where in each case senior officers have attended. So there must be an offset of the cost of all of that's been going on against the cost of this.
Your question?
My question is there a positive offset by formalising this in these two positions, that all of that other work that has been unseen but has had to be done through the permit system must be positively offsetting that?
So, General Manager, are you able to answer that question?
It's very difficult to answer that in that we've only been doing a couple of trials. What has been happening is the teams have been doing it above and beyond as their BAU, and we are already at capacity. We have got 387 kilometres of tracks and trails around the Redlands and 780 parks. And one of the things we hear from our community is that they want to get in and weed and mulch and do the things that our teams don't get around to for all of that. So there won't be necessarily a cost offset. There is a small time, because as you know, Councillor Tulty, we have been working on the trail care quite considerably. It's very difficult to put a cost savings on that, though.
Thank you. So just to clarify, I note that it commenced in Mount Cotton and so Alex Hills, but the intent of this, obviously, and we've gone through that in a workshop, is to increase this right across the city to areas of identified need.
Absolutely, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Again, we've spent a lot of time debating this. It's on that point, Councillor Bishop.
My question is on that point, and thanks to officers for all their answers to questions previously. If there is to be inclusion of other areas, particularly for park care, what would be the process by which those things would be considered?
Thank you. General Manager.
One of the first parts of the implementation, once we have these staff, is to identify suitable areas for particularly the park care and the trail care process across the city, and it will be based on need. The groups that want to be involved, we know the Raby Bay Ratepayers Association have also been trying to work through it. So our suggestion would be to work with councillors, divisional councillors and community groups to work out which ones will come next. But there will be a lag as we do the systems processes and the implementation plan while we ramp up to what that looks like, which is supporting eventually in the order of 27 groups across the city over the next couple of years.
And subsequent, in managing that expectation, how will we clarify that this is going to be able to be managed in an effective, efficient manner without it spreading?
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Asked and answered.
Thank you, Councillor Tulty. I think it has been answered in relation to how this program will roll out. Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Councillor Rendels.
A very specific question. When we looked at the original materials that came to us about this, that the cost of the officers was a little bit advantageous to an estimated cost of the volunteer hours that are coming through. Given that this is a new project, would we expect to see over time, as the systems come in place, that ratio of officer hours to volunteers supported will increase, i.e. we will get more bang for our buck through doing this as we move forward?
Potentially. Sorry.
General Manager.
Through you, Mayor. Potentially.
All right, that's been a fair amount of questions and information. I take note of the varying concerns and benefits in relation to this motion. And there's a lot of information for everyone to consider. I'll now ask Councillor Mitchell to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll start actually by bringing it back to the whole budget review, because I'm thinking the report authors, the finance team, probably feeling a little bit left out that it's so focused on the one additional request. This is a budget review, and Council continuously reviews the budget performances, and it's all in the report. But we're 4 or 5 months in. The officers have been hard at work in delivering any of the variances that come through at these times of year. I really will point to the surplus at the moment. That's looking really favourable. That's great. This is a point in time, however, so there will be other costs and incomes and various things. That's why we call it budgeting. It's a movable feast and things change. The capital works will continuously be prioritised and reprioritised, and hopefully there'll be additional income. So please do look at the budget review in its totality. It's a great document, and essentially this is credit to the finance team for pulling this together. Now, to bring us back to the childcare park care, the suggestion there's been a lack of information. Well, I think that's been well and truly blown out of order. There's been workshops, there's been additional through the budget process, a dedicated workshop, and a lot of discussion amongst officers and councillors, including today. So certainly there's been an enormous amount of information. These two positions will, of course, have been shown to be incredibly strategic. It's been shown to align perfectly with the top document of this council, the corporate plan, and the vision where we will be embracing opportunities. Here's a new opportunity to embrace today. Connecting our communities. This will connect thousands of volunteers and engaging them with council. Mental health, physical health, all those sort of things we talk about. And further, allowing more people to enjoy our naturally wonderful lifestyle. So this aligns 100% with the vision of this council, our top priority to our city. It's been aligned, and despite the earlier ruling, respect to the Mayor, the officers have suggested with the bush care, this is a natural extension of that, and that program has been well respected and has delivered enormous benefit for years. This is just enabling even more people to do the same thing. So please don't deny them the opportunity. The budget review process and the surplus that's there does allow us the comfort to enable these two positions and the wonderful opportunity before us because of our wonderful financial vigour and the hygiene that we put around our finances. But it is our job as councillors to help deliver services to our community. And this is a wonderful service that we can deliver. So with that, I'll finish my summing up, noting again, this is the whole budget review. Thank you to the finance team for your excellent work, and hopefully these two positions will be enabled today through your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I now put the motion. So we have Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Talty, Councillor Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. And those against, Councillor Hewlett. The motion is carried. So the next agenda item is 13.3. Mover, Councillor Boglari. Seconder. Oh, sorry, 13.3, which is the Operational Plan Performance Report, July to September 2024. Moved by Councillor Boglari. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Golay. Councillor Boglari, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, yes, thank you. This report is the quarterly update for July to September on the operational works throughout the city. It is very detailed and it's a very interesting report because it gives a transparent insight into where our funds, our rates are directed, and there's a direct link between all of this to delivering the commitments of our corporate plan and the planned budget for the year. I'd like to thank the officers for the amount of work, which is obvious because of all the green dots throughout the report. There are a couple of red ones, but they're mainly green, which shows the projects have either been completed or they have advanced. The list of the projects is very extensive and there's a great variety from advocating to our state government, which with the new state government, I presume our officers are very busy advocating for all the election promises that we got. On page 24 of 52, I'd just like to mention one project because I just think it's amazing. It's the Gourmet Gum Leaves project where council worked with UQ, Sunshine Coast and Griffith Uni. And up the east coast of Australia, there was research into why do certain koalas have favourite trees, and it's been now discovered that because they have still got a high nutritional content, whereas some other trees mutated to be not as tasty. So there is a reason why we have, as well, the officers have gone, I was going to say as David would know, there's certain trees that koalas go to and these have been identified and now we realise why. It's because they actually have a higher nutritional content and council now has that project of getting these seedlings, cultivating them and planting them throughout our city. And two of my bush care groups, which have just had a bit of a highlight put on the great work in a previous agenda item, they're planting them in our areas because with our conservation areas being so important, it's good to have high nutritional food in them. I just wanted to give a shout out to the officers doing that. The other one that, there's a couple here, but another one that I'm passionate about is the regional waste facility, Greenovate, because anyone who's been in here for a couple of years knows the cost to council. Waste is like the new gold and going forward it's going to be a challenge for South East Queensland. And I thank our officers for the way they have progressed that one, and the sooner the better that's all up and going. Also, our officers have had to adapt this year with the cost now of fire ant management on council, and we all went out a couple of, I was going to say weeks ago, but the way this year's gone, it was probably months ago. And we saw in the budget item that we saw the actual utility and all the equipment the officers are using and how they've now learnt how to do the fire ant management, and they're doing a marvellous job. And that's another area where rates money went. It also talks about our livable communities and how we're connecting our various villages and areas with the pathway planning and construction. And one of the larger projects was the Wellington Street and Panorama Road network going forward. There are a couple of projects that I do have questions on. One was an update on page 38 of 52, an update on Tuna Harbour, if we could. On page 40 of 52, an update on the validation report and the 100-day review of the Olympics. Page 43 of 52, the RSPCA Wildlife Hospital update. And 34 of 52, it mentions the city plan review. This is something that I've been through a couple of times now and very passionate about. And it talks about community consultation being planned. The Sunshine Coast had a marvellous non-statutory preliminary community consultation for their, they don't call it a city plan, I think they call it just a city planning review or something, but it was a marvellous non-statutory preliminary, and I was just wondering how are we going with that, page 34 or 52, the community consultation, please, through you to Chris. No, we're not doing questions? So I just thought it would be good for them to also talk, please, to those points, because I know they'll be of interest to the community.
Well, I think maybe if we move through, if you can hold those questions over and we'll move through. Are there any speakers against? No. So thank you. So if I come back to you, Councillor Boglari, with your questions.
I was thinking Chris probably... Did you get them? I know you'll have all the answers off the top of your head through you, probably.
Actually, Councillor Boglari, I've just been advised, and it's been pointed out, that this report relates from July to September.
Yep. Yeah.
So, yeah, this is contained to within that time period.
Yeah, so Chris would have those updates for us.
Okay.
Probably.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mayor. As noted for that period, July to September, as related to your first question, Toondah Harbour, I don't believe there's any additional updates beyond what's in the public arena, that the Federal Minister had declined to approve the Walker Corporation's EPBC, and they withdrew that. As it's generally understood, the Walker Corporation are exploring alternate plans for that, and they have a period of time to do so, and they continue to do that. There's no further information that we can share beyond that as it relates to this period in the operational plan. The second one, similarly, for that period of time, which predates our state election, so we were in a project validation report process which continued on. That PVR, project validation report, is essentially concluded, and we're now waiting for the state and federal governments to undertake their investment decision, which is a consideration of that technical report to provide the funding, and that was certainly the case as it was up to the point in September.
Thank you.
That's those.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, there was further projects there, Councillor, but they're not all necessary.
Sorry, just community consultation for the city plan, how that's progressing.
There's two other points, RSPCA and city plan review.
Thank you, Mayor. So through you to Councillor Boglari. So dealing with RSPCA first. So negotiations and discussions continue with that body. They're going well. Now, it is outside of that period, but I am happy to report that RSPCA actually lodged their development application for that facility. That was lodged, I think, 2 weeks ago. So that's a bit of an indicator of how far we've progressed in that project, which is a key milestone. With city plan review and public consultation, one of the things that Council approved through the budget process was a communications officer, as well as a city plan review coordinator. We have recruited for both those positions through that period, and we would be coming to brief councillors on the project broadly, including communications, early in the new year.
Thank you.
That's fantastic news on all accounts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop, I believe you had your hand up next.
Yes, I did. If I could just refer to page 7 of 52, which is 65 of the report, depending on which device we're looking at. It's page 7 of 52 in the operational plan. It relates to strengthening council's internal capacity in planning, delivery and assessing community engagement to provide insights based on data. And then the second point is to train internal engagement and technical officers in the IAP2. And when we go to the next page, it talks about finalising and implementing council's community engagement framework. My question is, in that community engagement framework, are we looking at external engagement, and partly to Councillor Boglari's point, will we be attributing engagement to our review of our corporate plan and potentially our city plan in terms of our going out for statement of proposals consultation? Is that a consideration? I know that that's not finalised at this stage, but that's a question. I'm not quite sure.
Thank you. General Manager Amanda Perfumi.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, I've just asked our Group Manager for CET, Morgana, if she would like to answer the questions. I think she will have heard most of them.
It's just in relation to external engagement with community in relation to matters, finalising the framework, but also in terms of, things like our corporate plan, our city plan.
Point of order, Madam Mayor. Those questions... Point of order, Mayor.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Those questions don't relate to the current report that's in front of us. They relate to what we're going to do in the future.
So I'll
the
reframe the question.
councillor is not talking.
I'll reframe the question.
Thank you, councillor.
To ask if I may, and I
Yes.
do acknowledge that. Thank you. I'll reframe the question to ask: will these reports be able to prepare us for broader community engagement on those themes, and if so, when?
Thank you, councillor Bishop. Group manager.
The community engagement framework has been drafted, and some minor changes are still being worked through at the moment, and it will come through to councillors shortly. The community engagement framework aims to set out high level what the practice is at Redland City Council, so that there is a clear understanding between council and our officers, and something that can be publicly shared with the community that outlines how we will approach community engagement. It certainly does include some high-level direction around what type of strategies or pieces of work we should engage on, and when we should engage with the community, which I think would cover what you're seeking.
Thank you. I really appreciate that and look forward to seeing that, so we can have that further consideration on that. And then on page 12, I just want to acknowledge the good news in terms of the finalised restoration works of Willard's Farm, and it says to determine activation opportunities, and that relates again to consultation, and if there is a capacity for, is there something being prepared for activation on that going forward, so that residents or community can engage in that space.
Point of order, Mayor. This report relates to specific time frame
Of what's happened.
of what has already happened, and it is for noting.
Thank you, councillor Tolty. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll refer that as a question.
Thank you, councillor
subsequent.
Bishop.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, councillor McKenzie?
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, not sure which officer needs to answer this, but we've got 7 key initiatives projects completed in the report. Now, this report refers to Q1 of 2024-25, and we're saying that 7 have been completed. However, 4 of those have actually been completed in previous years.
Yes, gone by.
So on pages 17, 23, 33 and 50, if someone took note of those 4 projects were completed in 21, 22, 23. And I'm just wondering, at what point do they fall out of the operational plan? Because I just don't feel that that's probably an honest reflection of what's happened in that quarter when we're reporting on 4 projects that were completed years ago.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Councillor McKenzie. We basically have a chapter, there are 4 chapters, and it's a story. So we try to keep that story going to keep councillors and the public aware of what achievements we have achieved over the period of time.
On a follow-up question, yes, but the period of time shouldn't go back to 2021. It should just be for this quarter, in my opinion.
But it's still in line with our corporate plan.
Okay.
So once we, over the 5 years.
Okay, that makes more sense. Thank you.
My apology.
Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. To our organisational services GM, thank you. My question is on the Catalyst project CP 7.5, which is our digital transformation. It is one of the biggest projects we've got happening at the moment. Yeehaw. And we're all starting to see that coming through. It's at page 49 of the report, or 49 and 52, or page 107 in your agenda. And so I would like to ask the question of our organisational services, an update on that, please.
General Manager.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Hughes, for the question. Digital transformation passion project for me, as you know, and obviously a catalytic project within our corporate plan. Pleasingly, we are very well underway on our 4 to 7 year transformation program. A reminder for councillors that there are 2 streams of work that we're delivering on there. There's the ERP modernisation program, which is essentially our work with Technology One to uplift to their One Council solution.
And for those listening, Manager, the ERP is...
Yeah, it's an enterprise resource planning tool. So it's essentially the corporate solution that we have our financial system, our property and rating system, our receipts, payments, supply chain, all of those sort of systems all sit in this one technology solution. The other part of the digital transformation program is about our digital enablement. So that's uplifting our infrastructure, shoring up our resilience to cybersecurity, moving things to the cloud and that sort of thing. So there's two streams to digital transformation. And we've seen some really great progress in the last 12 months. You'll recall probably about September last year, we entered into a contract with Technology One. That was when you made the decision to procure the Tech One Council solution. And then we entered into a contract, I think in January this year, for our business partner, who is Leander Consulting. They're our implementation partner to help us implement that program. Bringing this back to our first quarter of this financial year that we're reporting on in the operational plan, it is all green lighted because you'll see we've made some fantastic progress with delivering the first tranche of our roadmap. So that's our customer request project. So we've got a roadmap, as I say, that runs for 4 to 7 years. The first project as part of that broader program of work was customer requests. We made some great inroads in the first quarter. We've actually just gone live with our customer request program in November this year, so you'll see a further update will come through in the next report. And we've already started working on for quarter 2 and quarter 3. We're looking at our next projects. We're starting to move into our supply project, and we're also looking at our corporate performance management. Those projects are well underway. And we're starting our detailed design work for property and rating, which is our 4th stream of the program over the 4 to 7 year project. So it is great progress, really pleasing to see what the team have been able to achieve this year. We've got some great support with our vendors and those relationships have gone well and supported us for the delivery that we've been able to achieve.
Thank you. I think as Councillor Boglari mentioned, you're just looking at lines and the green dots, and when you look at that there's the 4 green dots, but it just doesn't tell the story.
No, I appreciate it. There's an
it's happening behind the scenes. Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and through you, probably to the GM of Organisational Services again. I note on page 8 of the report, 66 of our agenda, it talks about the activity to commence redevelopment of Council's corporate website. That's sitting with a red dot at 5%. Undertaken redevelopment has been evaluated and the positions for that are set to be recruited. Are we confident that redevelopment will be delivered in this financial year, or is the 5% sitting behind where we should be now in order to make sure that is delivered?
Thank you.
General Manager.
I'll defer to Morgana in a sec for a bit more detail, but yes, we are on track for delivery this financial year. We're a bit slow to start, as you rightly point out. We were given some funding through the budget process, you might recall, for some additional resourcing. That's been the subject of a restructure for our CET team, and the recruitment is now underway for the outcome of that restructure. We are on track to deliver a revised website. We'll be working with between 2 of my teams, CET and our information management team, to make sure that happens. But there is a lot of work, as you would appreciate, to review the content that's within the current website. So we will launch, absolutely. We will spend the budget that you've given us to deliver you a new website in this financial year. There'll be a flurry of work that's happening over the coming 6 months. So you'll see a lot more progress. We'll start to move to green in coming quarters, and there'll be a new website delivered this side of June 30. But obviously that ongoing review of content and making sure that everything is refreshed and current. There might be some of that activity that continues into the new financial year, but that won't have a funding implication for the council. So I'm anticipating that we will have our new website launched sometime before June 30. It'll be, it's going to be tight, but we will get there just with some ongoing review and follow-up of content that will happen afterwards. So With that said, I don't know, Morgana, what do you need to add?
Oh, that's good. That's fine, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. I think that concludes all questions. Yeah, I now put the motion.
No, you're fine. I think the length of discussion and the depth and the variety in the discussion just shows how much work the officers are doing, and it links, as I said before, the budget to the corporate plan delivering. So we're well done to all the officers. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baglari. I now put the motion. Those in favour? It's Councillor Baglari, Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Dalty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. That motion is carried unanimously. Moving on to agenda item 13.4. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Rendles, seconder. Councillor McKenzie. Councillor Rendles, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, very briefly, the main component is in regard to vehicle reimbursement and usage. Councillors have three broad options. One, they can choose not to seek reimbursement, or two, they can have a council vehicle issued, or three, they can use private mileage. This matter has been discussed within council a number of times, and we've received legal advice on at least two occasions supportive of the council officer's recommendations, and I would move those recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Rendles. Any speakers against? Councillor Golay.
Thank you, Mayor. Just reviewing this, request for this piece of work came about post the election, which was to review costs to council and the expenses being applied to councillors in order to mitigate rates and cost of living expenses to the community. So what we're essentially doing here is a piece of work has taken place that has no change. Okay, so not only has there been the cost of officers doing this work, there's no change.
Thank Councillor Golay. I think just as a point of correction, that's I gather that's your personal opinion of the intent.
No, Madam Chair, you brought it as a motion when you first got elected.
Yep.
So therefore, there's been no change, Madam Mayor. I know personally I've come off the back of that and received the message loud and clear that, as two other councillors have, and we've taken steps to mitigate costs to ratepayers. I've leased a vehicle, others have purchased their own, but essentially there's no change. So not only has there been an investment of work, bringing this forward has seen no change. So I can't support this because there's been no change. It's just a carryover. So what did we actually achieve here, apart from spend more money to bring a report after months of sitting on it to go, there's no change?
All right, thank you. Any speakers for? Councillor Talty.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just say that we should, as we do with all of our policies, review them at some regular junction and ensure they're appropriate. And, you know, that review process has a value and a cost, has been pointed out. But if there is no change, that means that we have investigated it and we had the best policy within the rules, the guidelines, the regulation, etc. So, yes, we have undertaken a review, which is wholly appropriate, and that review has found that the policy should remain unchanged because it was the most appropriate policy at the time. So, and it has been the policy for several years. Certainly, I'm sure we will review it again at some point, but for the moment, this is to note that the review has been done and that there are to be no changes. And then there are just some minor administrative changes. So I'm speaking in support. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? No. So in comment in relation to this, I did bring this motion and it was after the election process, and as you outlined, Councillor Tolte, thank you. I understand now that these are common practices post-election and when policies are reviewed. My query related mostly in relation to the option of providing allowances to councillors as other councils do, and to seek clarification on whether that would have cost benefits to council by reducing fleet and officer staff time and expense. The advice that we've received back, obviously, is that there's been legal advice provided that that is not the appropriate course of action, and that's the councillor report, the officer report that we have back in front of us. So in giving respect to the advice that has been provided by the organisation, I acknowledge the report that's before council. Are there any questions in relation to this motion? No? All right, I now put the motion. Those in favour: Councillor Baglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolte, Mackenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against: Golay and Hughes. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 13.5, which is the provision of legal assistance for councillors. I have a mover for the officer's recommendation, Councillor Mackenzie, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Mackenzie, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. Currently, the provision is that councillors can seek legal assistance through council's insurance policy, and regardless of whether there is an adverse finding against that councillor, ratepayers still have to pay for that legal assistance. The changes in this is that if there is an adverse finding against a councillor, then they would need to pay ratepayers back for the expense, the cost to council to defend that councillor, which I fully support. I don't believe that ratepayers should have to fund councillors' potential, misconduct or conduct breaches. So, and it's all in the report. Thank you.
Councillor Bishop.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. While I will speak against, I will just highlight with my option to speak against. If we go to the attachment on page 3 of 5 under general conditions and look at the highlighted second last dot point, which refers to, wait till we get to it, the provision of legal assistance under the policy must only use pre-qualified insurance panel lawyers approved by the insurer. I'd just like to flag that given the cut and thrust of our role here in representing the democratic process, we may at certain times find ourselves in a situation where we need to speak on our behalf and even have defence on our behalf, and there may be exceptional circumstances under which an individual may find themselves in a bind where the advice they would like to receive or need to receive needs to be impartial from the stipulation of a pre-qualified insurance panel lawyers approved by the insurer. And I wonder if there's any capacity to have a clause that allows, under certain exceptional circumstances, for councillors to consider external advice from an entity that might not be part of that pre-arranged selection criteria, and for that to be supported if the case that they then subsequently follow is upheld, noting that if it was not, that they would not be eligible for recompense. But I'd just like to ask officers, if I may, if that would be something that could be considered under exceptional circumstances. Generally, I am happy with where we are going with this. But that's a question I would like to have clarification on.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. If we can maybe hold your question and we'll do speakers for and against, and then I've got some questions too that I'd like to ask, if I can hold your question until we've finished this process. Speakers for? Councillor Mitchell?
Yes, thank you, and I certainly support the changes. I see the conditions, including the one that Councillor Bishop's just highlighted, as keeping people safe who are bringing, who have the need for any legal representation. It would be extraordinary for someone to go out not to have an insurer's properly vetted and approved legal representation. That indeed would put them at risk of maybe not having their costs being able to be covered. And also I certainly think it's wise for council to be able to perhaps recoup costs from maybe poorly thought through or unsupported legal processes that an individual may choose to bring forward. So I think they're very well thought through and wise additions to our policies and guidelines, and quite frankly, I think this helps keep both council and therefore the ratepayers' investment safe, but also any individual that may need to bring forward or feel they need to bring forward any legal assistance gives them the very best opportunity through a qualified panel to get the very best advice and their costs being covered. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Any other speakers? Mitchell, any other speakers against? No, we'll move to questions. Councillor Bishop, would you like to reiterate your questions?
Yes, thank you. So, acknowledging Councillor Mitchell's point, the question really is, if a councillor finds himself in a situation where they may feel the need to seek advice beyond those that are considered in the general conditions provision, what process would they need to follow? Is there a pathway for that?
Senior Legal Officer?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you...
General Counsel, sorry.
Yes, there is a process. It's a council policy, so therefore it is subject to council if there would be exceptional circumstances. The use of pre-qualified insurance lawyers is aligned to council's procurement process when we use pre-qualified specialists and other services. I should say it is an independent process. It's not a selection by council. It's a selection by the insurer that then represents the claimant. So go back to the first question. Yes, in exceptional circumstances, council can relook at this provision.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Golay?
Thank you, Chair. Further to Councillor Bishop's question through you to Andrew Ross, I think what's being proposed or asked here is, yes, we know that there's a panel of legal assistance that's provided through insurance, but what is the process for a councillor, if any, to go external to the current process to seek independent legal advice at their cost, because it would be at their cost, and at any ongoing costs, either legal costs against them, etc., etc., how would that tie in? What would be that process? Firstly, is it allowable? And two, what would be the process of doing it without it being a cost to ratepayers?
Through you, Chair. Correct. We've advised council that councillors, you are individuals and you can seek your own individual legal assistance at any point out of your own private costs. This only regulates council's insurance policy and council's payment of a premium and excess regarding professional indemnity insurance.
Just supplement to that, sorry, Chair Andrew, just on that then, if a penalty is awarded then against a councillor, is there any ongoing cost to ratepayers? Is there anything where it can be brought back then for a secondary round of consultation, like from a councillor's review panel or anything like that, based on it being unfair or the matter being seen as biased or politically motivated, etc., etc.? can it be brought back again? Once it's already been dealt with through that legal independent means, can it be then re-prosecuted in the council forum?
I don't think this policy regulates that specifically. I think what you're talking about, Councillor, is where a finding, an adverse finding is the conduct of a councillor has been made. Can they appeal that finding? Yes, there are processes to appeal an adverse finding, say, from example, the Office of the Independent Assessor. Yes.
But is that through this council process again, or is that through their own independent means?
Well, that would depend on the nature of the finding and whether they have received indemnification from the insurer. That is, whether they've made a claim under this policy to council's insurer, and the insurer has accepted that claim. And as part of accepting that claim, they could also accept an appeal process. And I should say again, these amendments don't change that process. They are completely independent of council.
Thank you. Councillor Tolte.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have, I guess, a two-part question. In the policy statement, sorry, I had it a moment ago. It was just on that page we were looking at. Where the, dot point on the first page, it says, in the instance the Chief Executive Officer is the applicant for legal representation, the Mayor is to receive, assess and decide the request for legal assistance. The Mayor is then to make any other related decisions on behalf of the Council under this policy. I feel like that's a little bit difficult in the event that a CEO is seeking legal advice. I feel like there should be more than one option for that person than to, if in the event that it is actually a point of contention between the Mayor and the CEO, which is a really important relationship, having either one of those people reliant on going to the other seems to be unfair or counterproductive. So I would like to know, A, is this different to what we've had in the past? And B, could we not extend that policy to say, the CEO can go to the Mayor or to our legal counsel or something like that? Thank you.
Actually, yeah, that's a really good point for both parties, actually, for Mayor and CEO. Yeah. General Counsel?
Thank you, Mayor and Deputy Mayor. This part of the policy hasn't been amended since it was created back in 2017. I take the point. There could be such a circumstance. It's difficult to amend on the floor, but I can give that a go. In such a circumstance where the Mayor or the CEO have a conflict of interest, they would be bound to declare that conflict of interest, whether it's personal or professional. And this policy is subject to council. So similar to Councillor Bishop's question before, we would then bring that, we could bring that matter back to council to review. It's hard to have different or multiple decision makers when all we're doing is assessing. We could substitute, say for example, in the scenario just presented, the Mayor, for example, the Manager of Legal Services. So we review council's legal requests constantly, every day. There's multiple requests. We're experienced in doing that. If there's an issue with how officers do that, because it is an operational policy, likewise council can oversee that. The policy decisions are also reported to the Audit and Risk Management Committee. So we could make a substitution there. It's really difficult to draft on the floor. I'm not sure if I'm answering the Mayor's question, though. I'd have to have a think about that.
Yeah, okay, so if I...
So, Mayor, I'm wondering, I'm happy to go either way, whatever the advice is. But I'm just wondering whether we should either pass this and have a change come back to us, or leave this lay on the table.
We could lie this.
Variation
Yeah, we could lie this on the table, I think, and lay it on the table and come back to it at the end of the meeting. In relation to your points, I've got some questions too, if I can go through those now. So that point in relation to the legal representation being approved under the insurance policy, is that in highlighted yellow? Is that an amendment that we're now looking at? And what was it previously?
Well, it wasn't there. There was a gap.
So did that mean that anyone seeking legal representation could use their own choice of representative?
Correct. So, it was silent on the matter. So they could use their private representative or pre-qualified solicitors. In any event, making a claim under the policy, they had to be approved by the insurer.
And that approved list, does that include legal representatives that then council uses consistently for the organisation to represent the organisation?
Consistently, there's 3 on the list at the moment. I wouldn't say we'd use them consistently. I mean, we've used them. So one of the lawyers on that panel at the moment is King & Company lawyers. They are absolutely a consistent lawyer for local government, 77 local governments across Queensland. We use them occasionally, yes, but not for insurance matters, because that's a decision by the insurer.
For all sorts of matters. So we could have a situation then where you've given the example of King & Co. has been acting on behalf of the organisation, but then they're on the list to represent a councillor with an issue. Would that pose a problem?
No. The solicitor rules would govern that in terms of potential conflicts of interest. As I say, there are only one firm on the list. The insurer and the solicitors being appointed would have to identify any professional conflicts of interest.
Okay, cool. So there's 3 on the list currently. How many of the 3 on the list currently has council used? Just the one?
Yeah, my memory is just King Company lawyers. I don't believe we've used the other 2 lawyers in recent history, or in fact ever actually, I think.
All right. Thank you.
I'd like to move a motion that we leave it lay on the table to be brought back at the end of the meeting.
Yeah, all right. We can. We'll lay it on the table with the option to bring any further questions once we go through that amendment. The next meeting?
Mayor, I think if we give the officers time while we go through confidential and so forth, that we might be able to bring it back this meeting.
I guess what we can do is have that discussion around timeframes. Yeah, we can have that discussion around timeframes and what's needed when we come in between. Come back.
Yeah.
Just take a few minutes.
Yeah.
It's all right. We just need to take a vote on laying it on the table because procedural issue. So moved by Councillor Tolty. So those in favour?
Yeah, to be brought back at the end of the meeting today.
Yeah, so those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Councillor Hewlett, were you? Yes. You were for, sorry, you were for. Thank you, the motion's carried. And with that, I'll just take and we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. Can I?
Maybe adjourn a bit longer, maybe for a lunch break.
We might adjourn for a lunch break. Yeah, good idea. We'll adjourn for half an hour to have our lunch break. So moved by Councillor Boglari, a seconder. Councillor Colley. Those in favour? So Boglari, Mitchell, Hewlett, with your hand up. Rendles, Tolty, McKenzie, Colley, Bishop and myself. Against? So Golay, those against having a break, laying it on the table? Oh, sorry, adjourning. Sorry, these... So why am I voting? Okay, so no, I do have to take a vote on adjourning the meeting. I've been advised that I have to take a vote on adjourning the meeting for lunch.
Request clarification on the time frame, please.
So 30 minutes. So we'll take a vote again on adjourning for a 30-minute lunch break. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendles, Councillor Tolte, Councillor Bishop and myself. Those against? Councillor Mitchell, Golay, Mackenzie, Hughes and Colley. Motion's carried. We're adjourned. Need a mover and seconder to move back into, moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Boglari. Those in favour? Thank you. That's unanimous. Do I have to go through all the names? No, that's all right. All right, welcome back everyone. We're moving to agenda item number 14.1, which is the annual update for the John Fredericks Park, moved by Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Colley. Councillor Hughes, would you like to speak to the motion?
Oh, yes, would I want? Thank you. Excuse me, Mayor. At the start of this, I would just ask for a little indulgence. I've tried to time this. It might be about 5.5 minutes. So just a little bit more than 5, please. Oh, sorry? Oh, 6. Thank you. Thank you. I promise. And as a payback, the summing up is 1 sentence. So there you go. Have we got it on the screen? Thank you very much. Okie dokes. Good to go. In moving this report, I acknowledge the work that has gone into the preparation. It actually represents real hours by many of Council's teams at this important city asset, and I note that in paragraph 2 of the report, it is acknowledged that a more structured and strategic approach would strengthen the future progress of the site, which is noted in the progress update moving forward into 2025, and Chris Isles and the AMP team, very, very thankful. On attachment 1, which is page 209 and slide 3, if we can get to slide 3, please. There it is, it's collaborative management, and it shows a picture of the site. The site, the reality is that the picture usually tells a story, or shows a story, but on this occasion the picture is not able to tell the story because it is simply too complex. It genuinely is. On slide 4, if we can go to slide 4, the park facilities and amenities, there's 4 dot points there, and I'm a little disappointed the slide does not even mention my Capalaba Warriors Football Club with their 850 members. That's well over 1,000 people accessing this part of the John Frederick Park each week, and it's got a new playground, an upgraded huge deck, and a newly refurbished clubhouse open to the public for community use, and that's mostly for free. Plus the work the club has done in building a strong partnership within our local disability sector, just in case anyone noticed that they were missing. So off the slide, I think it's really important to note they should have just been there. Bulldogs. Yep, that's our Capalaba Bulldogs. Dot 3 mentions the seating, and that is correct. There is seating, but it's right at the western part of the John Fredericks Park. It's heading towards Brisbane, and it's referenced as the Rocks, which is a magical place. And I thank our local Rotary Club for their personal care and restoration of this historic site for too many years to count. Noting the playground has been removed, because we're saying we've got a playground there. No, it's been removed, and the Rotary peace poles have been erected in its place, supported by a laneway of beautiful trees. David Kadovic's team were outstanding. But in actual fact, there is not one seat. I really want to emphasise this. There's not one seat at our premier youth centre and the skate park, not one. You can purchase your choice of foods from Costa's and their neighbouring businesses. You can carry it over to the skate park, enjoy watching your children play on the basketball court or up and down in the skate park, but noting there is not a table to put your food on, nor a chair to sit on. And we go to slide 6, please. Shows the community activation. In September, we held the first Diwali festival at the park, and it was hugely successful, and the partnership with the Bulldogs was deeply appreciated, and I want to publicly thank our Mighty Bulldogs executive for the work they did in supporting our Indian community in presenting the Diwali festival. Without the club's amazing support, the festival simply would not have happened. Now, the second slide there, the Tingalpa Trot, I've got to put my hand up for this one. It's a big deal and very popular. Councillor Bishop's nodding his head here. So some years ago I entered and had a go, which was a big mistake. I failed miserably and had to literally be pulled out halfway up the creek, literally with my neighbour's paddle. So I never got to the end, but I understand that on reaching John Frederick Park, the access out of the water at Council's launching point is simply too dangerous. Yeah, you really have to lock and load into this. It's too dangerous. So what happens is the club actually goes to under the road overpass. They lay old carpet on the mud and into the water, and actually people get off their kayaks and they traverse up the carpet with their kayaks, and then they scratch across the mud, across the grass and over to the car parks. And that's actually, when you look at the map, quite a distance. So I just wanted to highlight that it is a big deal, and our youth, they love the skate bowl. It's used every single day by so many different age groups, girls and boys, teens of all shapes and sizes, and dads who think that they can still show the kids a thing or two. All they want is for it to be refurbished and the drainage repaired. However, we know it needs a more complete upgrade. Slide 7, thanks, I'm almost there. The critical electrical upgrade to the Capalaba Greyhounds on the first line, that cost council $69,000, but it was with a grant from the Racing Queensland who passed on to council, so the total capital outlay by council was actually $31,000, and I'm still very thankful for that. Noting the new playground at the Bulldogs Football Club, dot point and the picture, that was under my SIP program and was not a council-led initiative, that was mine. I really pushed for that one. The pump station was paid for by Council Capital Works at $180,000 for the upgrade of council's critical sewerage network, and that was following the floods. We must not forget the impact of the floods on this site. And council delivered the $290,000 deck at the Bulldogs. It's fabulous. But it was fully funded by the federal government grant that led the project, which council contributed nothing. Slide 8, which is my last slide, thank you. The electrical main switchboard upgrade for the Capalaba Warriors, initial state-funded grant of $61,000 was an extremely welcome outcome for the state from the state's flood inquiry report circa about 22. However, we are now at the end of 2024 and the switchboard upgrade is still not completed. On behalf of the club, I asked for an update, so we're still waiting on that. And when the club president, and if anyone knows club president Tanya Bonney, she rings me regularly and I smile and cringe at the same time. Councillors, you know how hard it can be representing our community. It's just so hard. But just this one issue is beyond frustrating, and as I've made very clear, we, that's council, we are on the cusp, I've just lost that, of literally closing down the club due to the poor and now unsafe lighting issues to Field 2. It is expected that the desperately needed installation of new lighting poles is at best 2 years away, and we all know that the club can't survive without the lighting upgrade that is mentioned on the slide. And it's there at the end of the slide on the orange on the right, and there's literally no timeline of costing or dates, but thank you for highlighting it. It is a really important issue, but that little square does not tell a story of the football club of hundreds of kids almost on the cusp of closing. In moving this report, I want to acknowledge the really important and valued work that has been undertaken over the past 12 months and truly and genuinely thank all council officers for their input. I understand that it is such a big site. It really is. John Fredericks Park, it's huge. And we've genuinely, we've got a lot of inherited legacy issues. And so we won't mention the landfill or the leachate. We know there are no quick fixes, but for me as a local councillor, I feel that it is absolutely vital that our city's premier skate park receive an immediate deep dive into how we can upgrade it sooner rather than the anticipated later, that's the 28, 29, 30 CapEx. It could be that council has a condition assessment report from 2022 and that the site has failed, and that it may be that council is almost 10 years from that report to the repair or the upgrade of our premier youth park. This is for our kids, and I can't let it go without putting it on the public record, let alone the really strong possibility of my Capalaba Warriors will be unable to operate due to the recently mentioned critical lighting issues. That's our kids. Across our city, that's our kids. Remember, that's a junior rugby league club and it's hundreds of kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers against? No? Any questions? So, Councillor Bishop?
Yes, thank you. Just acknowledging that this is the first time we've seen this consolidated precinct approach brought together. And as we now bring this to light in the community's eyes, I'm wondering if we have got clarity, sufficient clarity, about what the objective is. That's my first question of pulling this together, because it says we're going to be measuring and mapping developments over time, but I just want to know if we've got clarity on what the objective is. And specifically, a few times the report refers to service areas must engage and collaborate to ensure aligned strategic planning and efficient operational service delivery. Because we're now making it visible, there are many clubs, and Councillor Hughes has mentioned that. Councillor McKenzie, your mic's on.
Sorry.
That giving clarity about both our objectives and what the stakeholder and consultation process will be in relation to 14.1 and 14.2. Just want to get clarity. Do we know what those objectives are that we are designing to, and have we got a clear stakeholder engagement process that will be attached to this as we go forward? That's a question, I suppose, on to officers generally, because it's come from a notice of motion. There were lots of things in that, but I just want to see, as we go forward, is there a clear imprimatur, objectively, in terms of objectives?
Acting CEO.
And a consultation process.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bishop, for the question. This report is in response to a notice of motion, and it was to provide some visibility of some of the initiatives, and that's exactly what the officers have presented. I am aware that there is a desire for precinct planning approach within Council, and we still need to do some significant work in terms of developing that up as a framework. I have met with and spoken with our senior leadership team and asked them to put their mind to how we could do precinct planning as an organisation effectively, because there are multiple areas across the city that are looking at precinct opportunities, and I think that is an opportunity for us moving forward. In terms of your question with engagement and consultation, we did hear earlier in the meeting today that there is an engagement and framework coming to you early in the new year, and I think that's the time to be having conversations in terms of that community engagement. But this is great work. I must compliment Chris Isles and his team for pulling together work that's happening across the organisation to provide the visibility that was requested as part of the notice of motion, and the following report does similar. It's not intended to be an answer to precinct planning or to address all of the questions that I think Councillor Hughes has so eloquently raised, but we are aware of the need and desire from councillors for a different way of looking at precinct planning. So thank you, Councillor Bishop, for your question.
Yeah, thank you. And just further to that, because the officer recommendation dot point 2 says to note that officers will bring a report to Council summarising initiatives delivered in 2025, just an ongoing request that as that work does continue, if those objectives can be clarified, if stakeholders can be notified, so we can look at leverage points for how partners, participants, might be able to support Council in our objectives and make that clear. That would be an ongoing request, and I think that will help, and I understand this is evolving. Thank you for the good work. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions? No? Now Sorry, Councillor Hughes, would you like to sum up?
Thank you. I'm pleading for all eyes as a council collective to continue to be focused on delivering for our residents, and thank you, Acting CEO, for your words. Exactly what you've just said is what I had written down here. I'm talking about delivering for our residents, but particularly our youth, as we enhance and upgrade this beautiful community asset that is known as John Fredericks Park, but it truly is so much more than a park. It is home base for so many. That started with John and Sarah Fredericks, who established their dairy farm at the site in 1940 to what it has become today, but absolutely more importantly than anything else, to what it will become into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? That's unanimous. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendles, Doherty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Moving on to agenda item number 14.2, the annual update on Cleveland Principal Activity Centre, moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, please, very much so, Mayor. Thank you. Yes, this is the recommendation. The motion is to note this annual report, and also that officers will continue to try and deliver on the intents of the Cleveland Master Plan, and a future report will be coming. Cleveland Principal Activity Centre isn't just another precinct. It's one of our two principal activity centres, and certainly support Councillor Yu's precinct approach, and I've certainly been championing that through Council 2. I think it's really important. This is our principal activity centre here in Cleveland. The report does achieve much of what was intended from the notice of motion that I brought on the 15th of November 2023, and I thank Councillor Mackenzie for seconding that on the day. A majority of councillors supported it, but important to note, not all. And as we move forward with precinct planning and including Cleveland Centre, the only way we're going to get to that broad focus, the strategy, the visioning, is to properly resource these sort of precincts. So I look forward to hearing from the organisation how that might come through. Back to the report and the notice of motion of the 23rd. The report does give greater visibility on the range of activities that are going on in the Principal Activity Centre. That's really important to the visitors to Cleveland, the residents and the business community. They were all asking what was going on. They're all busy, and to see a bit of a summary in one place is helpful. It does show that Council is committed to moving forward on the Master Plan ambitions. As imperfectly as it might be, Council remains committed, so that's important. The report does also highlight that the organisation has moved to a bit more of a nuanced, place-based approach to the initiatives it's trying to deliver, to start looking at it with a bit of strategy rather than a shotgun effect reacting to different requests. And I've also noted over the last year an improved one-team approach as business as usual, and that's really appreciated. I've seen it in officers that there is just an expectation now that there'll be a little bit of working together, and that is within Council's ethos and tenets anyway, but it's great to give it that extra bit of authority. And I also note in the report that Council has been making efforts to work with local businesses, big, medium and small. So there's the positive. So I do want to put on record my thanks and appreciation to Council and to councillors that supported this back in November on behalf of the residents, the visitors and the businesses for that last year's work. Attached is the Cleveland program update, and there were some of the slides Councillor Hughes was talking during hers, but that's in the public record. And just to highlight a few things in there, the streetscape manual, really important. How do our developers and officers know what they need to deliver at the street level if they haven't got a manual that guides them? That's due in March, so that needs to come forward. Councils, we've put our money where our mouth is with confidence for our centre by acquiring property. And Middle Street and Bloomfield Street recently, where the Visitor Information Centre is, and that adds to our strategic property portfolio, which will unlock opportunities into the future. Council's done well to invest in events, including the triathlon that was on the weekend, but also in support of markets and other things that come here. The services out of the library, the Redlands Art Gallery and the Visitor Information Centre, which is now in Middle Street. So again, I thank Council for those contributions to the city that happen to reside in the Cleveland Principal Activity Centre. There's significant business and residential development going on all around us. Councillors, you might notice the Vicente vertical aged care that's in Doig Street. That soon the wrapping will come off, and as that place comes to life, they'll certainly start to spend their money in and around the centre. So that's great. And beside that, I think it's a Ramsay Day Hospital, that will also bring that corner to life. But Haven have a development, the shopping centre development approved, and that needs to come out of the ground. And there are great opportunities all around us. The harbour development is upcoming. Acknowledge also the work with Fourfold Consulting and local business to start to look at that visioning piece. It's a start, it's not the full story, but that needs to come forward. The Cleveland Place pillars that you'll notice in the report include partnerships, investment opportunities, talk to management of this moving forward. And if you take some time just to look at that slide, it highlights the breadth of the requirements to manage this city centre, but it doesn't undervalue, but it hides the incredible amount of resourcing and time that will be required to actually to catalyse and to realise the incredible opportunities that the Cleveland Principal Activity Centre hold.
Just letting you know you're at 5.5 minutes.
Yep, great, I'll be there. So looking ahead, I certainly acknowledge this point in time today. The report issues section highlights the need for that ongoing coordination. It talks about a possible early 2025 delivery. It needs to be early 2025 that we start to move things forward. We have opportunities over the next decade. We will miss the bus unless we highlight those opportunities and ask for the investment of government and business in this centre. So I'll wrap up. I'll just again thank officers and councillors for getting us to this point in time to be able to see what is going on in this report. It asks many more questions than it answers in many ways, and that's not being negative. But early in 2025, I think we all need to be looking to see how are we going to collectively properly resource the forward planning that is going to be required to realise the opportunities of the centre, or we will miss them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. All right, speakers against? No. Questions? Councillor Bishop.
Similar to the previous item, I do acknowledge again, and it was pointed out by Councillor Mitchell, the opportunity and necessity for stakeholder engagement is going to be critical. And I'd like to ask, I'm sure we'll apply a similar process to the previous item, but is there some clarity that we can have with these options that come to us around budget expectations for initiatives? How will there be some alignment around what the asks will be? I know they will vary, and that's part of the granularity that I hope we'll get in future, but will there be some budget allocations or anticipation for each of the initiatives so we can decide which things will be progressed or may not? I think that's important for us to have our strategic lens. I'll let that be on notice and not expect an answer unless someone's got an answer. But I think in terms of proper resourcing, if we can get clarity on how we are going to resource and manage those expectations, because there's quite a few things proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Acting CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Appreciate your question, and I think I'll speak on all of ELT's behalf that we are very appreciative that you're looking at budget implications. What I will say to you, though, is this was a notice of motion seeking visibility of what is already occurring. This work has already been in plans, has already been in operational plans, corporate plans, already part of the work, and the terrific work that AMP have done has been to pull it all together in a document that shows the visibility of that. Any future work that we do, as you're well aware, will go through our budget process, it will go through capital programs, it'll go through operational plans, it'll go through corporate plans, and Council decides the budget and where we allocate that budget and what those priorities will be. So future decisions for Council, I would suggest, Councillor Bishop, but I commend the officers' work on pulling together the information that Councillor Mitchell has asked for the visibility for the community, and previously on the previous report, Councillor Hughes doing the same. I do appreciate that you're all looking for those opportunities. The operational plan report that you get quarterly is a great showcase to show the wonderful work that's happening across the organisation.
So thank you. I appreciate that this has come from notices of motion and that it's a response to that. I was under the assumption that this might be creating some sort of head of power going forward, but I'm not quite sure that that's actually the case. We're just reporting on the initiatives that are there. Just wanted to get clarity on that. Is it a head of power, and will there be ongoing resourcing that this will focus and then advance certain projects in these areas?
Thank you, Councillor Bishop, for your question. I'll draw your attention to the recommendation, which is to note the report and to note that officers will continue to deliver initiatives that align with the intent of the Cleveland Master Plan, and that is always subject to budget and operational decisions of council and requirements. Chris Isles, you would like to make a comment on that?
I would just to add to it, thank you, CEO, that some of the items which are noted, which are future-focused tasks in there, are all things that are being undertaken with the existing operational budget and a part of our operational plan, part of that CBD. So there's nothing in there that we have said is things that we will do that is not already tasks which is part of our existing operating budget or our operational plan or the scope of the Cleveland Master Plan. So there's nothing in there that we're, as officers, are putting forward which has not been through this chamber before in terms of some form of policy or strategy direction to get that.
Thank you. Just because this is the first time before us in this form, I really appreciate that update. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Councillor Mitchell, would you like to sum up?
Thanks, Mayor. Just very briefly, here's a report for noting. Again, I'll just thank officers for getting to this point based on the NOM. Really appreciate it. The work has been fully funded. That's in this. It is strategically aligned. It just hadn't been celebrated or made visible to you as councillors as well. And I know several of you will have been surprised at what you see, and hopefully pleasantly surprised at what you see. Again, looking forward, any further resources to achieve further work has to go through all those normal processes that the acting CEO did go through, and at every point of the way, hopefully you'll be there in support of your principal activity centre based on solid strategy that we already have in place and those that we are in process of developing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Maglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Tolty, McKenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried unanimously. Moving to agenda item number 15.1, which is a community facility update. Former RSL on North Stradbroke Island and the new Simbi Youth and Community Centre. Do I have a mover for the motion? Councillor Rendles, seconded by Councillor Mitchell. Councillor Rendles, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I shall be brief. And but before I commence, I'd really like to acknowledge the work of council officers in pulling these rabbits out of the hat. It's always good when. I think it's always good. Some people don't think it's always good because of the depreciation costs of it. But I think it's always good when you get something that might be for nothing, but it's probably not when you look at the life cycle of the item. Firstly, North Stradbroke Island, that those of us who've been there are aware it's a paradox. It's got lots of open space, but it's got very, very little land that's available for development for housing or community open spaces. And council has been successful in having the trusteeship of the former North Stradbroke RSL transferred to council, which gives us a point of commencement. And importantly, with this report, as it notes, this is the commencement point. You know, we're yet to do a condition report on the property, and then there'll be a process of making safe. Then it'll go into our infrastructure planning, and we'll begin to think about what we might want to do with that property or site. And the outcome of that, I would hope, will be back into the hands of AMPT in terms of a shovel-ready project that we can seek some funding for. So That is certainly something worth noting with a smile on our dial. The second one is the allocation of $1 million of funding for the construction of a new community facility at Macleay Island in the southern Moreton Bay Islands. As you would recall from the budget process last year, that funds were allocated in the budget for the commencement of capital planning for that facility. So now we've got the dollars in the bank for that, which is a good thing. While I do have some concerns in respect to what might end up occurring there, vis-a-vis, different proposals from the community, requests for landowners' consent for other organisations to build in the site, relocation of services that are functioning on council grounds, all of those sort of things. I think that the report provides a very good place to move forward and identifies that there will be future consultation and engagement with the community looking at the design and usages of that site, and I would assume also the surrounding areas. So I would commend this motion to you.
Thank you, Councillor Endorse. Any speakers against? Any questions? Councillor Bishop?
Yes, just a note on page 250, which is the page that has the image of the actual Mallon Street, Dunwich site. Under next steps, sorry, it's the one before that. Under next steps, it refers to investigation, including external stakeholder consultation of community purpose use for existing building and site into the future. It just says investigation. I'm just wondering if there's going to be an active process that will come back to council in terms of what the stakeholding considerations may be. I know Councillor Mitchell has mentioned there's quite a few people on the island who are already interested in what will be the future use there, and I think if we've got some bracketing understanding of who those entities or stakeholders may be, to help set that beyond investigation but into activation, so we can get some ideas coming back. And then the second question is about, it says development of business case and associated grant applications for replacement building. Is there an opportunity for retrofitting? That's just a consideration as well. Question. If I may, through the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Brooke Denholder, Group Manager, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you, Chair, and thank you for the question, Councillor. So the first question was around the community consultation. So you're right, it's obviously very early days. We've put investigation, I guess, because we need to look at what community purposes would be viable or suitable for the particular site in the first instance, and then be doing that consultation with groups that are related to those particular uses. So I guess we've kind of deliberately used those words there, but we would be coming back to Council, so you'll get to see in terms of what consultation will work with our colleagues in CET as well in terms of what that would look like, but there'll be a broad consultation around those with key stakeholders in terms of related to those specific uses that are possible on site once they're confirmed. And in terms of the business case, yes, in terms of the options, once we've got the condition assessment of the existing building, it'll give us more of an idea of exactly what kinds of repair would be required and also what works would need to be done to create the functionality we need of the space going forward, because at the moment it's obviously got the RSL type design. So we'll be working then with our PDG partners around what are the best value for money options around renovations versus a new build. At this stage, our indications from our partners in those areas is that the building is likely to require demolishing, that would be a better value for money approach. But once we have the data, we'll be able to confirm that. So it's not off the table.
As Councillor Rendell's mentioned, these places are at a premium, and it's very rare and important that we have them. So thank you very much to officers, and thanks for the update.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Any other questions? No. In that case, Councillor Rendell's, would you like to sum up?
No, nothing further to say. I'd put the motion.
Thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Bulgari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendell's, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. That motion is carried unanimously. Now moving on to agenda item number 15.2, material change of use for a warehouse located at 652 to 676 German Church Road, Redland Bay. I have a mover for the officer's recommendation, Councillor Talty, seconded by Councillor...
Madam Mayor,
Sorry?
Mayor, I'm not moving the officer's recommendation. I'm moving
sorry?
an alternate motion.
Alternate motion, yes?
Yeah.
Just getting that up on the screen.
Okay. So I'll be moving option 3 from the report.
Okay. Seconded by Councillor Rendles. Councillor Talty, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, thank you, Mayor. So this is an application for a storage shed facility on a lot that is pretty much functioning as a commercial lot anyway. It is contiguous to the Redlands Business Park, and the proposed portion of the site to be used for these storage sheds abounds the immediate boundary of the Redlands Business Park. The access point is on German Church Road, and for those who are not familiar with that section of German Church Road, it houses the tip, a chicken farm, a commercial nursery, a quarry, a rubbish recycling centre, and the commercial businesses in the Redlands Business Park. So there is no plain residential anywhere within cooey of this site. The site currently is, I believe, a registered truck parking and commercial transport business, and the proposal is to extend the use of that site to these storage sheds. The proposal is not prohibited development, but is against the zone, and so a needs analysis was required to be included. The officer's recommendation is, and I'm sure the officers can correct me if I'm not wording this correctly, but my understanding is that the needs analysis showed that there was a need for storage sheds in the immediate area, and Southern Redlands has an extreme amount of growth and a lot of people coming in, and you can't get a storage shed for love or money. But there is another property about, I guess, 1 or 2 kilometres down the road, also approved for storage sheds. So those are not built. It's been, that particular piece of land has been zoned and could have been built a number of years ago, but at the moment it sits vacant. But based on that, the fact that there is another storage shed facility already approved, the impetus to overturn the zone in order to allow this use at this time wasn't recommended by the officers. However, to my mind, it is it's a point in time. This is inevitable, and to refuse investment for a service that we need in the area doesn't make any sense to me. If people are willing to invest in our area, then we should accept that investment in this situation where it's very much a contiguous development. It's not impacting on any residential homes or uses, and the site is already functioning commercially anyway for the home business of the owner. So with that, I have called in this application, and with advice from the officers, I'm moving option 3, which is to approve with conditions, and a full set of conditions has been provided or will be provided by the officers should this be approved by the councillors today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Talty. Any speakers against? Councillor Bishop.
Yes, thank you. Look, I appreciate the divisional councillors and others' views that from certain perspectives, this seems like it would be defensible to approve. But I do find myself, having listened to the advice from officers about the fact that this sits outside the urban footprint. One thing that we did identify was that a pathway that could be pursued by the applicant, should they choose, would be to apply to the state for this property to be included in the urban footprint. Now, if they were to do that, and if there was a process through the city plan to amend, then this may well be, and I'm sure by councillors would be very likely to be approved through the proper process. At this point, it stands outside that process, And using the principle of bounded assessment, which is the planning grounds that are being used, it is not compliant. That's for a range of reasons that the officers have identified in their considered report. One of the many concerns, apart from the precedent that this could set if we are to depart from this, in this instance, others may consider that this is an opportunity for them to apply a similar principle and apply outside of the planning parameters for other options. And I think that could be a concern. But another one is that there is an approval for a similar use, exactly the same use, a little further up the road within a couple of kilometres, and a concern would be that if we depart from the planning process and give permit to a development that is outside where would normally be considered under the planning process, if we apply a permit to someone that could be in conflict with the other one that has been approved recently through the proper process, that could be a concern for council as well. So I've got a number of concerns. I want to stay with council officers in terms of the adherence to this, appreciate the councillors, the local councillors' view and those of others who may want to go down a different pathway, but I'm concerned at this point of doing so. We have been identified that there is sufficient supply in the area. So yeah, that's where I'm standing at the moment, and I do appreciate they have the right to apply, and that's what they've done. I would prefer that they went through a more appropriate process applying to the state for inclusion in the urban footprint.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop. Did you want to answer to the questions? Can you clarify what the questions?
Yeah. So the question is there a potential that if this is approved and it's perceived to be in conflict with an approval that has been given under due process within a very short period of couple of kilometres, is there a potential that there could be a claim?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I'll hold that question until we finish the speakers for and against.
Point of order. When Councillor Bishop commenced, he commenced as a speaker against the motion.
Yes. I'm just getting to that. As I said, we'll hold the questions over, and we're now in speakers for and against. So we're holding the questions over. So Speaker 4, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Mayor. Just in addressing the comment that this would set a precedent, I think majority of councillors have been here long enough to know that any of our planners will say that each application is assessed based on its own merit. So I personally find it beyond frustrating that we hear councillors who have been here for a considerable amount of time using those words. I'm in full support of this application because of its location. While it is outside of the urban footprint, right next door, the Redland Business Park is inside the urban footprint. So you've got one boundary fence that separates the urban footprint and outside the urban footprint. And you know, the locality of this right next to the Redlands Business Park is a logical location to put a facility like this. I mean, if they wanted to put this in the heart of Alexandra Hills, right next to housing, I would probably be more opposed to it, in fact, because that would be where I would want housing. But this, where it's on German Church Road, right next to the Redland Business Park, near Cleveland Redland Bay Road, there are no neighbouring dwellings that this is going to impact. And by extension, I think the majority of us, and you know, what I hear from community and business owners is that government works very, very slowly. And I think we all know that, especially when it comes to planning, everything works very, very slowly. We've got planning changes that have been sitting on state government desks for years that we're still waiting to have approved. So for us to sit here and suggest that, or they should go through the process of waiting for it to come into the urban footprint through city plan, that is years and years and years away. And we know that the majority of our ratepayers in this city, 90%, I believe it is, close to it, are residential ratepayers. What we want to see is more commercial ratepayers in this city to help offset the increasing residential rates. So I'm full support of supporting business, supporting supporting investment into our city and in this location where it is that extension of the business park. Thank you.
Thank you. Speakers against? No, we've... Councillor Bishop, your question.
Well, others asked to see if it needed to be a question. I was proposing it as a view. But is there I'll ask officers, is there a potential that there could be a concern raised if we approve something outside the urban footprint that conflicts or could be considered to be competition with something that has received a proper approval? No, that's a legal question that you can't really answer because it's speculating, but that's what I was...
Thank you, Michael Anderson, Service Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Well, it is an impact accessible development application, point one. So an impact accessible development application is accessible against the whole planning scheme and relevant matters. So that's important. I think you referred to a bound assessment. That's code accessible. That's not impact accessible. So that's the first point distinction. Second point, in direct answer to your question, there were 2 properly made submissions on the impact accessible development application. So as with any impact accessible development application, when there are submitters, they do have appeal rights. So there is a risk, obviously, that any decision which council makes, whether that's approve or refuse, there can be an appeal lodged against that decision. Obviously, I don't know whether they would in this particular instance, but that is an option that any submitter has on a decision of council.
Thank you. Councillor Boglari.
Through you, while you're there, Michael, I just wanted to ask, with this motion in front of us now, all the constraints and everything that you talked about previously, they will be addressed in the conditions.
Yes, so just to be clear on this, officer's recommendation remains to refuse the development application. We carefully considered, obviously, the planning instruments in force and obviously any relevant matters. In this particular instance, we took the view that there wasn't the balance in those needs that outweighed the planning scheme and the state planning provisions at a higher level. However, obviously, Councillor Talty has put forward grounds to approve the development application. Through our thorough assessment of the development application, we believe that there are conditions that can be included on that, or should an approval be forthcoming, to mitigate any of those concerns, whether it be in relation to the operation of the of the development, impact on vegetation, providing suitable access, for example, stormwater treatment. These are all kind of aspects which we would include and have included in the conditions package. Just to be clear as well, obviously any decision which council ultimately may make, and if council choose to issue an approval, the applicant does have the opportunity under the Planning Act to issue a negotiated decision notice, where obviously any conditions can be negotiated further and changed if considered appropriate.
And if that occurs, and say the vegetation constraint or one of the other constraints which officers wanted to put in as a condition was being argued by the applicant, will that come back to council then to address, or go straight to court?
No, the request comes back to officers. It's a request to negotiate those conditions, so that would come back to officers.
But if say you're sticking to your guns, the applicant isn't happy though, what happens then? He takes you straight to court, or does it come back to council?
Well, if officers didn't agree with the change, then they have that ability. But I mean, I'm sure that the divisional councillor would be involved in any of those negotiations going forward. So if the opportunity wanted to come back to council, I'm sure that would be possible.
That would be my concern. That was all. That if this was to get up, and there were those conditions being questioned, that they were actually going to be met. That was all. That would be my concern.
Just in answer to that, it's not unusual. I mean, as a practice, it's not a statutory requirement, but as a general practice, we do issue draft conditions in advance. Obviously, in this particular instance, officers are recommending refusal, so that wouldn't be the case. But there is a provision within the Act that does allow negotiation after a decision has been made on particular conditions. So, obviously, we've assessed the development application. We would, prepared, the conditions package has been prepared as it were a delegated decision. So, we think they're relevant and reasonable conditions.
Yeah, and this is for the southeast corner only. It's not giving development application rights for the rest of the block, is it? It's only for that corner, and if they wanted to do something on the rest of the block, perhaps they wait until it's in the urban footprint.
Yeah, well, it's a development application seeking approval for a material change of use for a warehouse, so it's obviously what's being proposed as part of any approved plans, yeah.
Yep, so anything else we can come back?
Yep.
Yep, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hughes, would you like to ask a question? Just let me know that you'd like to ask a question and then address me. Thank you.
Aloud as well. Following on from Councillor Boglari, because that's what I was thinking about. Sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Hughes.
When you were talking about the conditions, because the amendment is the officer's recommendation is now option 3. No. Yeah, it's council. Sorry, the alternate motion is option 3, and subject to development conditions. And I've just listened to how you answered Councillor Boglari. But can you just clarify for me again? Thanks. Are the conditions drafted already, or are we going to now need to look at different conditions to what you may have looked at already? I just want to understand where we're up to if we do approve.
Well, just to be clear, officers have recommended refusal. That's for the reasons in the report.
But if it is approved,
yeah.
Then you have to go
if it's approved, we have a set of conditions which have been drafted, and we've considered them in accordance with the Act in terms of whether or not they're reasonable or relevant, and we have provided a copy of those conditions to Councillor Talty.
Yes. Yeah. I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Councillor Talty, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. With regard to summing up, I'd just like to revisit a few of the things that we've had come up. As has been mentioned, there is no precedent. Every application is based on its own merits under the Planning Act and the regulation, and every application would have to go through the same provisions that this application has gone through and provide reports in regard to how they meet planning scheme and state regulations. So, yeah, there is no precedent being set here. I would state in regard to, the idea that we tell these people that are willing to invest in our city now that they should go away and wait several years until this site is put in the urban footprint, that there is actually an application pending direct through the state for 3 properties, including this one, or actually might be four properties, to be put into a broader business and economic area. So that is actually in train, but I'm sure it will take quite some time to be finalised. With regard to the statement that was made, that there is already supply, there are no storage sheds in Redland Bay or Mount Cotton approved. None. There is a small storage facility in Victoria Point, and that's it. There is an approval down the road, as I said, but nothing is built there. So there is nothing built and there is nothing supplied at the moment. And from a perspective of providing that service to the community that is needed, the needs are such that they can build both of them, and that just gives you a healthy competition where the prices might be a little bit more manageable. So there is no reason, based on the other application from my perspective, that we wouldn't allow business to get on and do what they do and get out of their way. With regard to the discussion around the conditions and, appeals and negotiated conditions, some of the councillors have been here a very long time and are very familiar with this process, and it's no different for this application than it is for any other application. I have not requested, discussed, interacted with officers with regard to what the conditions would need to be at all, other than to say, if we were to approve it, could you please provide all the conditions that you would normally provide to an application of this type in regard to all of those regular things that they would normally ask for, such as ensuring that there's infrastructure payments, that there's safe entrance and exit to the site, that it has hard stand, that it has stormwater management, all of the things that they would normally do. So the officers have provided those normal conditions for an approval if council decides to approve it today, and I certainly haven't interfered in any way whatsoever with those conditions. Were the applicant to find any of those conditions onerous or unacceptable, they would, like any other applicant that receives an approval with conditions, come back and negotiate those conditions through the department, and if they couldn't reach agreement, then that would be subject to an appeal. And that is the case for all applications everywhere, and we can end up in appeal whether we approve or refuse this application, and I would suggest that we are more likely to end up in an appeal court situation if we refuse than if we approve today. So on that basis, and I am not aware that there's any issues with the site, the vegetation, etc., and as has been noted, this is contiguous, and it is like literally it shares the boundary fence with the Redlands Business Park, and it is so close to the urban footprint, as has been discussed, that it's literally the boundary. So it's quite different to someone who's, got a paddock in the middle of the rural area, or, and it really comes down to those urban and rural uses anyway. Just being outside the urban footprint doesn't prevent a business occurring. It's the urban and rural uses under the State Planning Act. So, councillors, I would suggest that the most straightforward way to provide a service that the Southern Redlands needs, provide a sensible outcome in the face of all of the issues that we have with state planning regulation and reviews, is to simply give this applicant an approval with conditions that meet the requirements of the city. Thank you.
Right on time. Right, thank you. I now put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golek, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Rendels, Councillor Talty, Councillor McKenzie, Councillor Hughes, Councillor Colley and myself. Those against? Councillor Bishop. Motion is carried. Moving on to agenda item number 17. Notice of intention to repeal or amend. Not received any advice in relation to those. Agenda item number 18, which is a notice of motion by Councillor Jason Colley to develop and deliver an advocacy campaign condemning bullying and poor behaviour towards council officers and councillors. Councillor Colley, would you like to move the motion? Yes. I have a seconder. Councillor Hewlett. Councillor Colley, would you like to speak to the motion?
I would, thank you, Mayor. I really wish this motion wasn't necessary, but unfortunately I feel that it is. The damaging effects of bullying have been well publicised recently, with poor standards of online behaviour and conduct towards individuals often resulting in terrible consequences. It is an issue which state and federal governments have acknowledged through the introduction of measures aimed at mitigating the impact this has, particularly on youth. Young people aren't the only group subject to this conduct, however. Unfortunately, the Redlands is infamous for a poor standard of behaviour when it comes to discourse about politics and government issues. Those who put their hand up for public office accept a degree of scrutiny from the community, and we as elected representatives absolutely should be held accountable for the decisions that we make and the way that we conduct ourselves. That is completely reasonable. What isn't reasonable is when public accountability goes beyond fair comment. Politics is a contest of ideas. We aren't going to agree on everything. We don't even have to like those involved. But I'm sure we can agree, as a community, to play the ball, not the man. Of greater concern than the commentary aimed at councillors is the fact that a small group of the community think that council officers are also fair game. I've seen council officers subjected to unfair and inaccurate remarks, and these can, and they have, had a negative impact on their well-being and mental health. There is a real financial and human cost for this bad behaviour. Let me ask you, would you accept your spouse or loved one being subject to this standard of behaviour in their workplace? Of course not. And our staff and elected representatives shouldn't have to tolerate it either. It is not normal. I do not know any other place where this behaviour is not condemned and called out. It is a standard I am not prepared to accept. The risk of us doing nothing is too great. As civic leaders, councillors have a responsibility to model the standard of behaviour that is expected of the community. Differences in opinion, no matter how deeply held, are not an excuse for unacceptable behaviour. We have an opportunity, as those entrusted with leading our city, to play a role in shaping the culture we want to see when it comes to public discourse. I want to ensure that future employees and councillors aren't deterred from public service and public office because they'd say it just isn't worth it. By taking a stand to speak out against this type of behaviour and not give it any oxygen, as is in the motion, we can lead the change we need to see for the betterment of our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Colley. Any speakers against? No, so we move to questions. Councillor Bishop.
Thank you very much, and acknowledge the significance of what you've said and the impact on many people in this city, including elected representatives and officers. And I agree with the notion of what will be a difficult thing to police and oversee, given that it relates specifically to behaviour online in the social media space. My question to Councillor Colley through the chair, if I may, is before the meeting I did ask whether you would consider that a report be brought to council that aims to develop and deliver an advocacy campaign. And the reason I think it would be useful to ask for something like that would be to go through an opportunity to focus what the intent is, because I appreciate it's come as a notice of motion. I appreciate the intent and what it's aiming to do, but because it's speaking on behalf of us all, and it's fair to say we're in a contested environment, it's an opportunity, if we do come together with a report, to get clearer about what some of the actionable choices might be, and it could also give some guidance as to what might be arbitrary that people could opt into. I know that's the intent, but when it gets to social media, it's going to be tricky. But I think if we can get clear about what are some of the conditions that we can apply to ourselves, to whatever the intent is, at the moment, I'm concerned that the idea, we have had a previous pledge not to sledge campaign, sometime since that passed. I think pledges and sledges have occurred. I'd like to see if we can, in this spirit, question is, will the councillor accept addition of, to request a report be brought to council that aims to develop and deliver an advocacy campaign?
Councillor Colley.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Councillor Bishop. I think that the motion is quite clear, that we are to deliver an advocacy campaign. That could take the form of a media release and social media posts from the organisation stating the position of council, but it also stipulates there in point 2 that councillors, if you are willing to support this motion, that you're going to commit to proactivity and proactive action on social media to not engage and to not give any oxygen to these comments and this bad behaviour that we all see far too often from the community. I think it's also important that we get the ball rolling with this campaign. People have sat in this chamber for 10 years and not said a word. It's all good and well wearing a T-shirt with a nice slogan on it, or posting something on your social media pages, but we're councillors. If we're serious and we want to make a decision to commit to an action, this is where we do it, in the chamber. So I'm satisfied that the motion speaks to the effect that it will achieve what I think that it will. I don't think it's going to solve all our problems, absolutely, but it's important that we get started. So I'm happy with it as it is.
Councillor Mackenzie.
Thank you. Through you to officers, whichever one it would be relevant that would kind of be undertaking this work. Normally the process would be that if we approve this, you would bring the advocacy campaign back to us to a workshop for approval, feedback, yes, this is what we want to do, and then go out and do it. You wouldn't just go and develop and deliver it without any further input from us. Is that correct?
Thank you, General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I can't speak to previous campaigns similarly, so I might refer to Andrew just about how things were done historically, but in my conversations via email with Councillor Colley, I understood it as he's just outlined. He was looking for kind of a media statement from council. He was looking for some social media posts and that kind of thing, which could have been done within CET, Morgana's team's BAU resources. So my read of what has been put forward in that notice of motion and in subsequent emails was it was limited to that kind of response in the first instance, but would require a media release that would be coming from council after this meeting, or depending on where council landed with this notice of motion today. My understanding was with a previous campaign that was similarly how it had been approached previously, but I don't know if Andrew wants to speak to the historical.
Yeah, the only, yes, that's through you, Chair, that's correct. Some of those resources are on the Council's website currently. Yep. That's the Pledge Not the Sledge campaign. It started in 2018. We reignited it, the Council reignited it again in 2020. In addition to some of those media releases, social media posts, there was letters drafted, I think, to local ministers, to the Local Government Association of Queensland. There was an issue addressed not only this council but other councils.
So just to answer your question, I wouldn't be seeing something, a campaign as such, a big thing coming back into either a workshop or to the council. I would have been seeing what my understanding of what we've been asked to be limited to media, a media release perhaps, or maybe a couple of media releases and some social media content. So in that vein, it wouldn't be something that would be brought back to the chamber as such, but might be handled in the usual way, following our media guideline for how we put out material to the media following these sort of council decisions.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Golly.
Thank you. So I'm prepared to support this, but I think this has far-reaching implications as well. So if we do look at the Department of Local Government has sat mute, the OIA under-resourced, sat mute, the ECQ sat mute, right? All the agencies that are out there and the provisions that are out there, so cyberbullying, all that sort of stuff that's supposed to be reportable and actioned upon, sat mute. All these agencies sit there going, oh, it's not our responsibility, it's your responsibility. You've got to look in the mirror and maintain your own behaviour. We are sitting in one of the toughest positions in any level of government. We have no parliamentary protection. We are scrutinised to the nth degree. We are made out to be the Bunnings of everything government. And at the end of the day, even the officers might be feeling the pinch, but they can't back us either. We really have to band together as 11 councillors and stand our ground and really shut down the agitators, because there's agitators on all sides. The minute someone puts their hand up in this city to run for an election, the agitators come running. And they're always the same people. And they'll be the same people online pumping out the comments and creating fake pages and all the rest of it. I was followed home during the election. My daughter was harassed. I had to have police involved. I had to get Tony Bainan to come with me to the police station to make a formal report. I know you've had actions taken through the legal means. The Mayor has. Tracy has. We are probably one of the most unprotected elected representatives in this country. Local councillors people put their hand up to run for local council, and it's an automatic, here's a target, go for broke. We are not protected by any means. We've had ministers upon ministers who've come through talking a big game, produced nothing. We are targeted by state MPs, irrespective of flavour. If we don't band together right now in this particular chamber and start moving forward and have some type of process, what Jason's proposing, it'll just continue. It'll be the most miserable 3.5 years, and we'll go into another election with the same rubbish, because there's not one agency out there that's got our back. And yet they expect us to act with integrity. They expect us to be professional and accountable all the time, so does the public. But where's their backing of us? It's just not there. So I think we actually need to put in parliamentary privilege for local councils for a start, so we can actually have a conversation without being traumatised on the outside.
Thank you, Councillor Golay. I think everyone seems to be relatively in favour, so I think I'll just put thank you, Councillor Golay, for raising the motions. Anything else you'd like to say? Yep.
Yeah, in summing up, I'd just like to say that this isn't about councillors. This is about councillors and council officers, because the behaviour that our staff are subjected to is completely unacceptable. It isn't about us. We sign up knowing what we're going to be subjected to, probably not the level that we should. We understand that we will be subject to scrutiny, but our council officers shouldn't, and really they do a tremendous job with what they do, and they shouldn't have to face any of the scrutiny, the level that we do at all. Thank you.
Thank you. And I assume then that we will, the point A and B will be worked out by the organisation in terms of the legalities of those points. Now put the motion. Those in favour? So Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. It's carried unanimously. So we now move into agenda item number 19, no urgent business on this occasion. Agenda item number... Sorry, Deputy Mayor?
I'm just wondering if you'd like to bring that item back off the table now or after confidential.
Now? Yeah, we'll bring that. Yeah, we'll bring... Are you ready, General Counsel?
Yes, it's more just some logistics now with the amendment we're proposing. But yeah, I'm ready now, yes.
All right, so just bear with me. So we're just now moving to bring the agenda item number, sorry, I just need to find my place, 13.5. Bringing it back on the table, which is a provision of legal assistance for councillors. So I need a mover and a second to bring it back. Councillor Bishop, Councillor Mackenzie, those in favour. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, carried unanimously.
I thought it was to bring it back off
Yes. So we're bringing it back off the table. Where were we up to? Back to you, General Counsel.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillors, you can see an amendment was circulated at almost 10 minutes ago. On my email system, was it 156 from Louise, Acting CEO? I can bring up, if maybe we can bring up that amendment on the screen. Well, no, just the highlighted amendment. It starts with where the Mayor or the CEO, that'll be the resolution. That's it there. So, councillors, this provision is to address the issue of where the Mayor or the CEO may have a actual perceived conflict of interest. It allows the Mayor or the CEO to delegate that function of assessment under the legal assistance policy to the Manager of Legal Services. It also allows whether the Mayor or the CEO as claimant, that they likewise can go directly to the Manager of Legal Services to assess that claim. I have noted in that highlighted clause that the policy provisions are overseen and can be reviewed by full council. So if there was in the remote chance that the Legal Services Manager had a conflict of interest, then likewise we could report that matter to council. I've also noted that the Audit and Risk Management Committee, likewise we report to that committee in terms of any decisions under this policy. That's probably the easiest way that I could see. I did consider other options and other delegates. It just got quite, it could be quite messy if you have multiple delegates to make decisions. So I thought this was the neatest approach. That clause would then be inserted at page 3 of 5 in the policy under the general conditions section. This would then be the third change in today's report to council, if it's accepted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions in relation to that motion? Clarification, Councillor Bishop?
So just to clarify, because this is, in terms of context, this is an entirely new paragraph that gives a complete overview on that. It's not an amendment or an adjustment to a previous portion. It was just an inclusion of a whole new block. Is that correct?
Correct. No, this would be a whole new section. It would be inserted at page 3 of 5. You will see in the report there are 2 highlighted sections in page 3 of 5. This would sit as the third highlighted section.
While you're considering, Councillor Bishop, I just have a question, General Counsel. So the other option to utilising this policy is just to go and get legal advice yourself and pay for it, isn't it?
Absolutely correct.
Yep. And then you follow the normal process of cost recovery if it's available.
Correct. That's a private matter.
Yep.
Absolutely. It's always open. Yes.
Yep. Thank you.
Just final clarifications.
Sorry, just to clarify that, that's not cost
for
recovery.
Cost recovery.
Council, that's cost recovery from litigation.
And just to finalise that, so that would effectively, under general conditions, be a 6th dot point, correct? Is that where that will sit?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Mackenzie?
Thank you. I'd just like some clarification on procedure, because we've moved to bring it up off the table, but now it's amended. So when you bring a motion off the table, does that mean you're also moving it?
No, it's discussing.
So we've just, so far all we've done is bring the item back off the table. So for discussion, so no one has actually moved the motion yet. Is that, no one has moved the
It was
motion?
moved before it was left lay on the table.
So it's still the same move?
but if you need to, Councillor Mitchell Councillor Mackenzie as a mover and Councillor Mitchell as a second, you need to be okay with those changes.
Yeah, I need to approve the amendment. Yeah, okay. Yes, I'm happy with the amendment. Thank you.
I'm also happy with the amendment.
So can we vote on it?
Sorry, any other questions? Councillor Colley?
Just to confirm, I completely agree with the revised wording there. Is it in conflict with the paragraph on page 1, the first dot point at the bottom of the page? In the instance, the Chief Executive Officer is the applicant for legal representation, the Mayor is to receive, assess and decide the request for legal assistance. Does that need to be removed as well as adding the initial?
No, I don't believe so. So,
are they not in contradiction of each other?
No, because the trigger for the general conditions is where there is a perceived or actual conflict of interest. So there might be circumstances where there is no perceived or actual conflict of interest, and the Mayor or CEO can decide applications. This would be where there is a perceived or actual conflict of interest. It actually allows either the person who has the conflict of interest or the claimant to make an application directly to the Legal Services Manager.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, I now put the motion. Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golly, Hewlett, Rendalls, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself, carried unanimously. We now...
Do we need to move into confidential, Mayor, or...? Thought perhaps, since it was all fairly straightforward, we might be able to just vote.
Do you have questions? So yeah, we'll move into so you. Oh, I thought I turned it off. So, Councillor Boglari, you have questions, so we'll move into confidential. So, moved by Councillor Bishop and a seconder. Councillor Hughes. Those in favour? So it's carried unanimously. Yep, we're coming back out. All right, can I have a mover and seconder that we move out of confidential and the meeting proceedings resume? Councillor Colley, second by Councillor Mitchell. Those in favour? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. So we move to agenda item 20.1. Mover and a seconder, moved by Councillor Talty, second by Councillor Mitchell. As the motion as it appears. So those... Yeah. Yep, those in favour? So those in favour, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Rendles, Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley and myself. Those against, Councillor Bishop. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 20.2, future use of public land for a community purpose, Cleveland. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Moved by Councillor Mitchell, seconded by Councillor Colley. Put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Councillor Mitchell, Councillor Golay, Councillor Hewlett, Councillor Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. Those against, Councillor Rendles. The motion is carried. Agenda item number 20.3. Do I have a mover for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hughes, seconded by Councillor Mackenzie. I put the motion. Those in favour? Councillor Boglari, Mitchell, Golay, Hewlett, Rendles. Oh, I didn't even have to read everyone out. Talty, Mackenzie, Hughes, Colley, Bishop and myself. The motion is carried. Unanimously. Thank you very much for everyone. I know it was a very long day. It is the last general meeting for the year. I would like to thank everyone for their input for this year, our support staff, ELT and councillors.
Excuse me.
As I said, I'd like to thank everyone for their input this year, the support staff, ELT and councillors. It's been a very interesting time. I know that it has been quite eventful, so I'd like to thank everyone, wish you all a safe Christmas season and holiday season and look forward to seeing everyone back for the next general meeting in January.
Thank you.